Good evening, everyone. Welcome to round 12. It's the final round of Octane Online Racing's F1 series. It's been a very long season of broken wings, safety cars, Codemasters dings, and a whole lot of overtaking. But I am pleased to welcome Tom Riley to Spa. Welcome, my friend.
Hello, JC. Hello, chat. Yes, it's the last round of our F1 Legends series. I can't wait, JC. How about you?
We've been stoked about this all week. I think I'm still a little bit giddy now, just rolling into this one. We've got plenty to talk about over the course of the next 2.5 hours, but the first thing I want to get out there is welcome Jan Tully to Octane Online Racing regular. Love that from you. Very regular viewer of our ACC Sprint Series, popping in here to say hello to the F1 boys. Love that from you, Jan Tully. Yes, as you said, hello, chat. Reese is in chat. Alex, Bryce Meddings, Die Bowles, everyone.
Oh. Are we in the Spa together? No, I don't think so. Are we, JC? I don't know.
Not, I wish.
Yes, this is very true. We will get it out of the way early, but Tier 2 it's all in Brian Tan's hands. Daniel Wong is not here tonight. But Joel Barry, who's already crashed. Adriel Sia has also already DNF'd from quali. So they're both out.
Very early to be kicking out of quali. What's happened there? I think Joel Barry looks to be stuck in the middle of Rouge Radion there somewhere. So not sure what's happened to him.
And I think Adriel Sia was around at Pouon too. So it's unfortunate stuff for those guys. I'll be starting towards the back. But yeah, as I was saying, Daniel Wong, he's not racing tonight. Our championship lead up. So from our maths, the equation is simple for Brian Tan. From what we can work out, which is very complicated and whatnot. Thank you, Deckers, for getting that information to us. But
hats off to Deckers all season long.
Yeah. Our F1 series admin has been running this series as good as you'll see. And he's currently, he's also running in Tier 2. You can see him down the bottom of the screen there in P18 without a lap. But yeah, from what we can see, makes sense that for Brian Tan to win, he has to win the championship, has to take P2 in quali at a minimum, fastest lap in the race, and finish minimum P2. What that's telling me is go for the win.
Yeah, 100%. He's right in it, isn't he? As I said, Danny Wong not racing tonight, so he's really just got to put in the results that he's been putting in all season. He's been up there in those top 2 positions a couple of times, and without Danny Wong to race, there's less people for him to, take his P2 away from him. So, as you said, it's in his hands, Brian Tan. He's really got a shot at it tonight, but that's a big ask. It really is a big ask to qualify well here. Needs to be, P2 or above, and then to finish P2 and get the purple lap. It's all in front of him. But he's capable.
Absolutely. I think for him, this is where he wants to be, though. He's been one of our fastest drivers, if not the fastest driver behind Daniel Wong. So it's been finishing P2 behind him. That's what's kept him in this championship up until the last round. 12 rounds, of course. This being a 100% race, 44 laps at Spa. But lots to play out tonight. We'll see what happens. Mitchy Weston goes fastest at the moment with a 43.6. He's gapped Aloysius Lim by 0.6. We're on board here with our championship challenger. That's what I'll call him tonight, the challenger. Comes through this last chicane here. Nice and quick on the power, straight line. He goes P3 on a 43.6, so matches Mitch Weston's time, but Momo jumps up with a 43 flat. Those times will get quicker. You can see Josh Kamali out there on the mediums. He's going to try and do the ultimate strategy. I think everyone, from what I've heard, it'll be a soft medium race. If there's a safety car late on, it'll be soft, medium, soft. Hard seems to be like a pretty average tyre here.
Sorry, say that again. Soft, medium. A one-stop race, soft, medium, even for the 100%. Is that correct?
That's what I'm hearing.
Wowee. Must be a very low deg track. That seems like a long way to go on, well, both tyres. We saw Gerald Chu last week run his 26 lap mediums for as long as he could through Portugal. Did you ever end up seeing a clip of that? Whatever happened with
I
Gerald?
didn't.
So we were commenting at the end of the race, hoping that he wouldn't pit, right?
Yeah.
First of all, he hadn't done his mandatory pit stop, our man on screen, Gerald Chew. So he definitely had to pit. But secondly, when he did, we said that he'd spun. He wasn't on screen. He'd actually had a tyre explode. His front left had literally exploded. So our man Gerald Chew was trying to do his best to bring it home for us. But yeah, his tyre exploded with about 2 or 3 laps to go. So he had to crawl back to the pits. And no, we love that strat from him. So I'm interested to see if he can...
Yeah, with an invalid lap there, he does a 44.8. So would have dropped him in sort of in P10 or P11. But he'll have to crack on now and try and go again.
Tell you what, for just one race this season, I'd like to see dry conditions throughout Tier 2 and Tier 1, or we will be here for a long time. It's not like ACC, where we are running for an hour. Regardless of conditions, that race is only going for an hour. Here in F1, we're obviously running the full 44 laps. So if they are wet laps, we're going to be here for a while. So just for tonight, I'd love to see dry weather to bring us home. Get all the best battles, best quality battles, I reckon, when it's dry anyway. Everyone's a little bit more in their comfort zone and willing to get the elbows out and go side by side. In the wet, everyone just sort of aims for survival. So on a couple of accounts, just hoping we see it stay dry. Looking beautiful here at the moment is Spa. Codemasters do a good job of making a game look pretty. I'll give them that.
Yep, some reports out in the week about 2022 and some of the updates they'll bring. One of them being there are some rumours about a VR mode, which I'm sure will be much to the excitement of many players and racers,
including Ben Diabols Curtis. He was absolutely shitting the chicken when he found that this week. He'd be very happy with that. He's been campaigning for VR in this game for eons. So very excited to hear that he's potentially going to get his wishes fulfilled.
I'm gonna.
How cool is this looking VR?
They have to. It has to be bang on. For Gerald Chew, we saw he did the fastest first and second sector on the track map. Jared Ellis has also gone faster in that first sector we saw before. Gerald Chew clocks himself into P6 on a 43.7. So he's about 7/10, pretty much bang on. That's an interesting
line from Jared.
That's exploiting track limits.
Probably still valid. He had 2 wheels on. He wouldn't have been very quick down there, but it's still valid.
2 wheels on, but it was also using the drainage on the right, a little bit of concrete drainage on the right hand side. So somehow that should be fair. We'll see what happens. See what time he can pull out. He didn't look like he was up in the second sector, so that will. I'm sure that'll be why, unless he's decided, you know what, I'm going to go in. So what happens, he's still committed to the throttle coming up to the chicane. Brakes really late there. Pulls it in, tucks it in nicely into both curbs. Gets on the power nice and early. Does bang in 43.2 with a very interesting line through No Name.
So is the No Name drain, is that the strat? Hello.
No Name drain. Nathan Monk saying it's the F1 esports line. Raj Sandhu there up in P2. The man who likes to take the alternate strategy, more alternate. With a 43.1, just a tenth slower than Momo. Momo's time at the moment is holding up. Here's Momo's teammate Joe Williams heading across the line to start his second lap of this session.
Probably see a couple of drivers break into 42s here. I'm expecting Tier 1 to sort of be a low 42, maybe even a 41 if we've got some boys with their fast boots on tonight. So should see a couple of the Tier 2 boys break into the 42s.
You'd think so. Momo is just coming up to Eau Rouge now, just turning in a little kink. We're still on board with Joe Williams here as he comes up to the top end of this circuit now, coming down to Ravage.
Anyone who's popped in here, having watched a lot of Spa races on ACC, will be in awe of how fast these cars can take these corners sometimes. Like especially this one down here, you're dropping a gear or two in most ACC cars, but you'll watch him not even apply the brakes, just goes down a gear and throws the car in. Absolutely incredible how much sticky stuff is on the bottom of these F1 cars. Absolutely defying gravity sometimes.
I think you have to say on the top of these F1 cars, because all their aero is done mainly on the upper surface of the car. And then speaking about the last couple of weeks about 2022 and the new regs with a lot more aero underneath the car, which is a cleaner, more efficient way of making downforce without disturbing cars behind. And some reports during the week and after testing that it was nicer to get up to the back of the car in front, but slipstream not so much. Not so much slipstream effect because you don't have basically no air, or you have the disturbed air to run under. So here's Momo here. He's looks to be invalid. So I wonder if he's going to push on. No, he's just going to duck to the pits. Still pretty happy with a 43 flat sitting there in P1. It's Weston here coming up to P1 now. He leaves it pinned in 7th, just lifts off the throttle. It's back on nice and early. He's hitting, what, 307 in the braking point for his left-right flip-flop region. Down into this little bottom part of the circuit here. Very tricky to get the car turned in there nicely. Quickest through the second sector. Fair way up on his own personal best too. So comes up Blanchemont here.
Another corner that is absolutely flat without a doubt in an F1 car. That in an ACC vehicle you have to be pretty careful around that.
Yep.
It's,
nice and bloody quick through that section.
Yep, and then up to around about 250 kilometres an hour when he crosses the line. Some ACC cars taking the whole Kemmel Straight to get up to that.
Yeah, making P2 there by just beating Raj by 4 thousandths. Here's Tom Malone, currently sitting P3 in the championship, I believe. P4, I should say. Muhammad Irfan in the Alfa Romeo, he's not here tonight. So Tom Malone, I don't think stands a chance about taking P3 in the championship. But we'll be hoping for a good result nonetheless. It's been one of our benchmarks in qualifying this season. Raced in Tier 1 last week. Some unfortunate incidents when he stepped in.
His pace wasn't out of place there in Tier 1 though. He looked good.
No, it wasn't. Absolutely not. I think he qualified in the top 7 or 8 cars in the race, for the race. So I'm sure as long as he can keep the car nice and straight here, he's going to improve. Oh no, sorry, he's on that. We'll disregard my comments. But yeah, I think he might be worthy of a jump up to Tier 1 next season. We'll have to see what for next season's for next game's Legend Series. Some little work in the background going on for our next season as well. If you're in the Discord, you would have seen the plans there. But of course, if you're not in the Discord, I'm sure someone could drop a link in the chat if you're new to watching Octane streams.
Yeah, very interestingly spicy little setup coming up for the next mini season between the two games. Yeah, you're spot on. What OOR has in the works for that one, a little teams championship setup. Really emphasises your teammate and what they can do for you. Having a third as an engineer as well. So a couple of little ideas in there for, you know, as you said, that little season that'll happen between this game and the next game. You'll see a yellow flag pop up in Sector 3, probably just one letting some traffic through, I think.
I think it might have been probably Brian Tan maybe letting the car through. Another one through there. So Tom Malone here, he's coming up to the bottom part of the circuit. Let's see what his splits are like. 5/10 up on his PB. This is going to be a good lap. It's going to be a really good lap. This might be the 42 you were calling out. This might be the first of our real pace setters. The car round at No Name. Dale Beveridge is out as well. Did set a time though, so he's going to finish certainly no lower than 16th. We go Tom Malone here. Uses a lot more exit curve to what other drivers have used. Bang, 42.6, if you don't mind. Momo's out as well. He's done. Momo's done. So Tom Malone there. He will take provisional pole.
Here's the man we're looking for. What has he got in him? That's someone dead in the wall there.
Chu is in the wall. He's dead on the exit off La Source.
Brian's got to shake that from his mind. He's got to keep it all together. He's looked pretty tidy here so far. We'll see what the split timer says. Down around Pouon. Tell you what, he had his foot in it round through Pouon there too. He not only
Really
did he
committed
not
here.
brake, he kept it on the accelerator. He's keen. Not quite hitting the apexes here through this S. You can run a lot more curb there.
Here we go. We're going to see his second timing split here. He's only just up
Be enough.
by half a tenth on his own.
It's going to take a
S
killer
time.
last sector here from Brian.
It is. He might have a bit of a draft though from that Mercedes in front. I think it might be Deckers in front of him.
Through Blanchimont, it's going to take a really deep break and a perfect chicane.
So deep. Comes up the line now. Uses not as much exit we saw Tom Malone use. Going to cross the line now. Doesn't improve. Loses a tenth and a half.
Yeah.
That last sector. Almost 2 tenths lost in that last sector. Here's Raj Sandhu. His teammate has crashed out. Dale Beveridge, he's done. Raji though, nicely through Eau Rouge. And up Kemmel Straight now. Slowly climbing up through the RPM in 8th. It's 325 by braking for Lacombe. Lacombe. Down into Ravage here. Car drifts a little bit off the apex. Nicely through No Name. Uses a little bit of that inside curb. Tom Malone though, he's decided he's done and dusted. He's in the pits. He's on provisional pole. Alexander here coming through the exit of Pouon. A little bit. Oh, just probably half a car width away from the apex in both of those corners there. Through the flip-flops. Mitch Weston might be the only driver who can really challenge Tom Malone. He does have the lead by 4 tenths of a second. Jared Ellis, he's done as well. Raj here though, coming up behind Travis Murdoch. Travis Murdoch just decides to pull off the racing line. That was really nicely done.
Surprised Raj didn't pull in a bit there for an extra pit stop.
Just misses his best time by 7/100ths of a second. Here's Mitch Weston. Said he was looking really nice and quick. He's the only one that can really challenge. Needs to find a 10th. Crosses the line.
We wait with bated breath.
It looked like it was a 43.181 from what I saw, but that also looked like his best time. He says he's P4, so I don't think he's improved. He hasn't. He sticks with a 43.181. But Tom Malone takes pole. Brian Tan languishing in 10th place. He has to now win this race to take out our Tier 2 championship. That's the simple equation for him. Tom Malone from Momo, who crashed out, so he can get his final run in. Jared Ellis, Mitch Weston, Raj Sandhu, Aloysius Lim, Gerald Chu, Travis Murdoch, Joe Williams, Brian Tan. That's your 10. They'll all be starting on those soft tyres. Norful Hermer, Declan Hollingshed, Keelan Dryberg, Josh Kamali, Dale Beveridge, Mohammed Imam, Joel Barry, and Adriel Seat. Those last two did not set a time, crashing out as soon as they left the pit lane. They are your bottom 8, and they will all have free tyre choice, JC. I can't wait for this.
Oh, man. Tom Malone, what a stonking lap. Nice work from him. Raj Sandhu doing nicely to plonk himself in the P5. Very happy with that. How many pit stops, Raj Sandhu? Over under 3. I'm going to say he does 4.
I'm going to say he does under. I reckon he'll be one of the ones that knows that the one stop is probably the safest. But
so just a 2 stop then?
Yeah, I reckon a 2 stop, or he does that 3rd stop just in case.
Oh, is that overcast? That looks muggy. It looks like there could be rain, if I'm not mistaken. Not just yet, but it could be on the horizon. I'm interested to know what Jeff's telling these blokes.
Tommy in chat is saying we could see some rain. So I was going off a green, stays dry race, JC. But Tommy's saying there could be some rain. So do you reckon Raj will be one of those ones who boxes and changes his tyres and decides to go for the odd strategy?
100%, without a doubt. He'll find a way. He will find a way to do an extra stop. Did you watch the supercars today? Round one?
I did watch a bit of the supercars. Yes, very good to see them back underway. It's only
Did you
one
happen to
rookie in the field.
watch? Did you happen to watch ACC Suzuka this week?
No, I didn't. I was busy both nights.
Okay.
I was unable to watch or race.
No. Very, very similar conditions is why I brought those two up. It was sort of starting patchy, but not raining. So there was slick tires, and then the rain came, and there was people jumping on wets and some staying on slicks. And, all tires were viable. There was a dry line. There was patchy rain. It was all happening. So just thought those two races, well, I say two races. Obviously, there was four for Suzuka, but all of them shared pretty reasonable conditions. Pretty similar conditions. I don't know if there was a dry race this week in ACC. I think there was some wet conditions in all four races. And yeah, it just reminded me a lot of the supercars at Sydney today.
Yeah, they had a night race yesterday too, so even more similar to
Spot on, yeah.
Suzuka. So Chaz Mossad, he's taken. He took the race win today. Was on the podium yesterday, so he takes championship lead out of the first round.
Unlucky to LeBrock. He gambled on those slicks. Well, his team sort of gambled on those slicks, and he just couldn't hold it together for the last, however long it was, 7 laps or whatever.
Yeah, it was a big gamble. Would have probably netted him a couple more positions. You saw he was battling with the rookie Brock Feeney taking over from the Goats seat and Jamie Whincup and the number 2. So running that 88 Red Bull, my personal favourite team. But was battling with his teammate Joshy Hazelwood and Brock Feeney before that safety car came out, before the rain hit.
Did you see what happened to Hazelwood at the end?
Yeah, not sure what happened. It was Hazelwood and Frosty Mark Winterbottom that got involved in something on that last lap, but I didn't see what happened. They were both stuck wherever it was on track.
I just saw them in the dirt having a little sort of conversation with each other, and they kept it civil, so can't have been all bad what happened, but...
bring back the biff.
You reckon?
Bring back the biff.
Keep the helmets on, just start throwing them.
Yep. Oh, we see it all the time in the US in the oval racing scene, NASCAR and sprint cars and all that sort of thing.
And SVG did pretty well to recover for P6.
Yep. No, that was a great result after qualifying well outside. Qualifying in 21st or whatever it was, like completely different results to what you'd expect from the 2021 champion.
So can we get something like that out of Bryce Holtz here? As we said, qualifying a lot lower than he would have been hoping for.
We're going to
I'm not even sure. Yeah, I'm not even sure what the mathematics are now, even if the fastest lap and the win is going to be enough. But he'll be striving. There's a long, long way to go in this one. So as long as he keeps it consistent, he'll be up there. That's for sure. Everyone will be just looking to get away cleanly here. 44 laps of, I think this would be the longest track in F1 2021, would it not?
Oh, it'd have to be the longest track, yeah.
Can't think of too many with laps longer than 141. Certainly got me beat for now. I think it'll be the longest. So, yeah.
It is the longest track by distance because it's also the shortest race in terms of laps. So, a Grand Prix is normally about 300 kilometres or so. Give or take, I believe.
Just enjoying watching that McLaren bounce around on the grid there. Not sure what he's doing.
He's got porpoising. There must be some strong winds on the straight, and he's got porpoising issues. One of the big news stories out of F1 testing is the porpoising effect. It's where the downforce is so efficient that it pulls the car to the ground, and then the aero stalls, and the rear of the car decides to lift back up on the suspension, and then crashes again. But we are 10 seconds away from the grand finale of Tier 2 F1 Legend Series. Who you got? Do you reckon Bryce will get it, JC?
Nah, Tom Malone, I reckon he's 4/10 clear in qualifying. If he can keep it together, we'll see how he goes with 3 red lights, 4 red lights and 5. It will be turn 1. It will be Tom Malone. And I tell you what, who's right up there with Tom Malone is Momo. Have those two had some battles this season already? So we'll see how they go as they make their way through Eau Rouge and Rayon for the first time. But turn 1 to navigate first. Done well. Pretty won by everyone getting through cleanly there. No yellow flags, no safety car. We've got no HUD at the moment, so I assume that's just Codemasters catching up. Oh, there is. It is death immediately in Eau Rouge and Rayon.
Two Williams who have crashed out
straight away. So Joe Williams and Gerald Chu in the other Williams. Is that Joe Williams in a Williams? Oh no, he's completely.
Gerald Chu has been crashed out of this race. Both Williams are involved.
Jared Ellis is the other one, yeah. Both of those guys dropping a massive stack of positions. So from up there in wherever they were, P3, P4, something like that. And we do and see it is the VSC.
Yep, Mohammed F1 has joined the grid late, so he's already up 3 spots. Jared Ellis and Gerald Chu both crashed out. Gerald Chu is actually out of this race. We saw one Williams spin. That must have been Gerald Chu just stuck there on the track, and there's another one who was facing the wrong way at the back end. We're going green again though. A fair gap back from Kamali. So the top 10 have absolutely gapped those guys behind. I feel like there just gets a little bit wild on that exit. Brian Tan, he's up 2 spots. We'll keep an eye on him and his progress tonight. Tom Malone, Momo, he's right up behind him, 4/10.
Norfolk Hermer doing very well off the start, grabbing himself a handful of positions. Adriel Sia also grabbing a handful.
Would have been like the season parted, I think, for some of these guys. Caught up some spots. We go Deckers looking up the inside of Brian Tan. Brian Tan is straight in the box. That's
dives
a
into
weird way
pits.
That's close. A weird entry. It's a very interesting entry into the pits. Looks like he's going to go for the alternate strategy of the early lap 1 stop, unless he's going to go the hard tyres and just hope that there is a little bit of rain to come.
Very glad to see this man on screen in the race. As you said, joined late, so obviously missed qualifying, but managed to jump on the grid and be involved. He's currently P3 in the championship, is Mohammed Afan. And he's got Tom Malone snapping at his heels in P4. And Tom Malone obviously currently P1, so Mohammed Afan, yeah, able to get in and his P3. He'll go past Al Beveridge pretty easily there.
This is going to be interesting.
Excellent train coming up the Lacombe, yeah. Oh, sideways, hello. Jared does pretty well to dodge him there, actually. Mohammed Aman getting a little sideways there.
Does give back the position, though, because he had to straight line Lacombe chicane. Decker's here, he's up 4 spots. Kamali's up 5. Dryberg as well, he's up 6 spots. So those AlphaTauri's moving nicely. Norfolk Hermer, he's up 5. Adriel Sia up 8. Mohammed Afan up 7. We were talking about him before. So some good movers.
We saw this man make his ACC debut this week at Suzuka. Didn't do too badly. I think he's in split green. That's a wild guess. I'm sure he's on Wednesday, but I can't remember which one it is. Oh, geez, pretty wide there. Probably took a little bit of the sand on his way through. Not even sure. I think it's turn 16 or something. I can't remember what that one's called, to be honest. I'll have to look that one up. Tom Malone banging in purples here. Yeah, Adriel doing nicely in his debut. Did a couple of rookie races and then popped up into the sprints on Wednesday. So good effort from him.
We've got a car around. It's Brian Tan. I think Brian Is that Brian Tan around at the back of the grid?
Oh, it is.
This
This is not the start
going
that
to
man wants.
be. This is horrible for him.
44 lap race. I'm going to keep banging on about that. There is a very, very long way to go, but that is, yeah, not an ideal start at all for our man Brian Tan. Pretty handy little start here for Deckers, doing nicely, as is Travis Murdoch in the Haas. Ben Diebold celebrating in chat that a Haas is doing well. Keelan Dryberg, the first to grab a 3-second time penalty for track cuts. And Travis doing very nicely up here, tucked in behind Raj Sandhu. Wouldn't want to follow his pit strat, I don't think, but he'll follow him around. Who on here? Nice and tidy, basically flat.
Does gain a little bit too, though.
He's done well through there, hasn't he? Yeah.
Gain a little bit of time. Deckers picks up a 3-second penalty for what would appear to be track limits. So
rolling in early, those track limits cut. Long way to go, fellas. It's going to be a lot of penalties. You keep them up at that rate. Oh, around he goes. That is Adriel Sia. Hopefully holding his brakes. Didn't look like he caused too much damage to Mohamed Afan on his way through.
No,
and they are yellow flags, people, so hopefully there's not a lot of overtaking happening in there. But look at this gaggle now. Adriel Sia again taking some dirt through that turn 16 complex, and again being swallowed up by these drivers as he unfortunately didn't quite get it right through the middle sector there through campus. So Jared Ellis up the outside here of Dale Beveridge, gets on the anchors, leaves him enough space, does well, side by side, they continue, and the traction gets down. Looks like he's going to finish that one off on the way down to turn 1. Nice work, Jared, getting that move done.
Awful hammer there on the mediums, the highest of our medium runners. So that'll be, started outside the top 10, gets a nice free tyre choice at the start of this race.
Tell you what, Adriel Sia got a little move done there on Dale Beveridge too, down into turn 1. So Adriel, after making a little error on the last lap, heating up his tyres and probably getting hot in the face as well, managed to pinch one back on Dale Beveridge down to turn 1. So nice work from him. Nice little recovery on those mediums. As I said, they'll be cooking at the moment. Yeah, lovely little train, this one.
To P10. 6 cars involved. We've got a car around. It's
Aloysius Lim. So the Ferraris.
Yeah,
that's up the top of Eau Rouge Radion. So yeah, the Ferraris having a couple of little incidences early, not quite getting the setup dialed in. Yes, hello Raj. This is Raj Sandhu, everybody. He's in the McLaren. He's looking very sharp up there in P4. Broadcast just letting us know that this man is... Hello, rain. That is rain on the... That is rain. I can see the drops on the camera. Here it comes. So...
That is a considerable amount of rain, given it's dripping down the camera.
Not
so
sure.
Who's going to be the first
who's
to snipe?
Yeah, here it comes. You're not wrong. You can see the effect on braking performance almost immediately. A couple of tyres being locked up there. So I don't think we'll see anyone pit just yet. But we do know that...
Yeah, if you're someone like a Brian Tan, you might consider it. You're 23 seconds behind the car in front, which is this car we're on board with. You might consider looking at a wet tyre change, given you're going to have a lot of time for track evolution and the rain to fall. And you need to do something different. So
Gerald, our man, he's DNF this race, unfortunately, but he's jumped in chat and given us a bit of insider information. He's letting us know that it's a dry to wet to dry forecast. So very interesting in terms of strategy, what these drivers intend to do. How heavy is the rain going to fall? How quickly do you want to go into intermediates? If it's only slightly moist, do you stay on the dries?
We're going to see cars pit this lap, I reckon. We're going to see cars pit this lap. The rain is coming up the nose of the car into the driver's cockpit. You see that effect on the broadcast.
Keelan not quite hanging on to round no name there, getting a little bit wide. Codemasters have a very significant crossover point. Whenever DRS is disabled, that is generally, and I'm saying generally because there's been very rare cases where it hasn't been, but it's generally the point where everyone dives in the pits. That's where the grip starts to really go. Once DRS is disabled, that's when we'll see people diving into the pits. But the leaders are coming up rounds through sector 3 now, so we'll see if any of those guys decide to dive in. back here with
Chicane
Deckers in the
now.
midfield. So this is Tom Malone in the chicane. Let's see what he chooses to do. He stays out.
Stays out. And
So,
so does Momo.
DRS still enabled at the moment, so that crossover point not being hit just yet. The rain, it's definitely there, isn't it? It's just not quite heavy enough to trick any of these drivers into the pits yet.
Those soft tyres will keep giving you the grip for now. They'll last a little bit longer. So was that Joe Williams boxing? Joe Williams is the first one to pit. So looks like he's going to make the call to jump onto those wet tyres. Probably the intermediates to start with.
We'll watch how that goes for him. For sure.
Here we go, too wide going up through.
Side by side, hello.
Rouge and Radion.
Oh, death. Massive death. Keelan and Deckers both dying.
Cars need to be careful on track. Oh, there's more around. There's more.
No. Yellow flags, friends. Yellow flags, please. Goodness me.
Josh Kamali's involved. This is horrible for those cars involved. Safety car is out. This is when we're going to probably use the ejector box now. We're behind the safety car for a while. You can keep your tyres nice and calm. Joe Williams is the first one on those intermediates on track. Currently running in 13th place after passing the inevitable death of Keelan Dryberg and Declan and Deckers. Brian Tan, he stayed out.
I don't know. I can't see this rain anymore just quietly. I don't know if this is going to work out for Joe. I know that we've got a safety car now. I'm still interested to see if they dive into the pits because it looks like the rain has subsided. And if that was the only rain people see on the race, because it's a very inaccurate. Oh, there's more rain on this side of the track. So, I don't know. I wouldn't want to be a driver in this situation. It's so incredibly difficult getting the strategy call right. And it's not like it's even worse than Kunos in terms of the weather forecast. You got nothing other than what you saw pre-race.
And what Jeff tells you.
And what Jeff tells you over the radio, and Jeff's known for making a balls meat of it. So there's a couple coming in here. Raj is pitted. Don't think Tom has, though.
Haven't. No,
the leaders haven't.
So they've decided to stay out.
And if they've decided to stay out, they're using the information they've got at hand. That is contrary to Joe Williams and Joel Barry on the inters and a couple others as well. So this is going to be so interesting to see how the tyres hold up.
So Raj has gone the intermediates. Mitch Weston has gone the softs. Travis Murdoch has gone the inters. So I wonder if Mitch Weston's just lost out there with maybe if that was a game error or if he didn't select the right tyres. He's on the softs, or unless he's going for the different strategy that we can't predict. I don't know what people are doing. Maybe Brian 10 makes up a few positions being on those mediums. He needs to make up 14 of them. No, he's in the pits, so maybe he's going to go the inters as well. Try and make up some positions that way. We'll see where they all filter out. Josh Kamali, he'll be boxing. He's on to the intermediates. Brian Tan, he's also on the intermediates. Yes, and Aloysius Lim. He's on the intermediates, so it must be the intermediate tyres is the play.
Diabol's run off. Missed everything that's just happened. So we'll fill him in. We had, Deckers and Dryberg coming up, Overage and Radion side by side in what has turned into a moist track. It's not necessarily raining. As you can see, Tom Malone and Momo deciding to stay out on the softs. It's not quite intermediate weather for them, but there is plenty who have chosen the intermediate, so it's in that middle point. But yeah, there was a very good battle, let's be honest. They kept it as civil as they possibly could in those conditions and just couldn't quite keep it. It was actually up the top once they'd finished Overage and Radion that they came together, and both of them hitting the wall really hard. So both DNF.
Yeah, I think they've Keelan's just tried to move, just try and keep his wheels off the curb and not loop the car that way. Curbs could have been a little bit moist, so he's trying to get the car off the curb, running side by side and just a little bit of overlap. And Deckers has just sat there and Keelan's just drifted across the nose. So those two are out of this race now. Brian Tan didn't start well, dropped right to the back. He's now on a recovery drive of all drives. The leaders are staying out, which looks to be extremely wet now.
Yeah, it is. There's wet patches on the road, but they're sticking with it.
Archie the best positioned of all the cars. Mitchy Weston there just gets, maybe it was just to get some tyre temperature in. Twitchy.
So yeah, eyes on Raji, you're not wrong. How quickly does he close up behind Tom and Momo and potentially make a move? Or is it the soft guys who have got it right and they start to edge away from Raj and his intermediates? So again, I still can't see this rain continuing to fall, but you're not wrong. That track is shining in places. So it must be slippery.
Straight. It has little visual puddles. So yeah, Raj here in the best position.
You can see how hard Momo's working trying to get heat into those tyres. They would be bone cold by now. We've done nearly 3 laps behind the safety car. It'll probably come in this lap. Most of the field having bunched up now.
A long lap too, so I think Joel Barry will get the chance to catch up to this pack. Probably coming through the last sector. He will be able to catch the cars in front at a considerable rate of speed going through sector 1.
Will we see a crash in the first lap after the safety car restart? With all the soft tyres out there and the intermediates mixed in with those, I reckon that is an absolute given.
It is so wet now. Those two in front.
Yeah, they
are in a rough spot.
Yep.
I wonder if they think the rain isn't going to be persistent, but it is very wet now.
Oh, yeah. Surely Inters there's a go on that track. So you're going to see Raj really close up behind Momo and Tom Malone, and then you've got soft runners behind them sort of cascading in, and then a big group of intermediate tyres with all that grip, and they won't have, you know, tyre information that we do. So, you know, especially Adriel and Joshua and Brian back there in the pack, they don't know what's going up the front. They don't know who's on whose tyre. So they will be, there's going to be a concertina here somewhere. I couldn't agree more.
Safety car is not coming in this lap, so will be one more. I wonder if these two just decide to box now whilst they're still under safety car, or are they going to commit to the soft? Yeah, so Tom Malone goes in, Momo's in, wouldn't be... Oh, Mitch Weston stays out. Mitch Weston is going to be the only driver not pitting.
Big balls call.
That's a massive call from Wheezy. See how crazy it is on track there. I don't like putting that on a little bit, but I get some temperature to those tyres. Very risky though. Oh, have that under control. It's all good. So yeah, so Mitch Weston here going for the Jack LeBrox type play. We were talking about before, running the dry tyres, the slicks on a certainly wet track. Now I'm going to see the safety car in this lap, I would suggest. You know what this does though? This puts Brian Tan up into P8. This
on the
is
correct
huge.
tyre. Yeah.
On the correct tyre. This is huge for him. Gonna have to put the bit beneath his teeth and just go for it.
Interested to know who currently holds the fastest lap, because that's probably not going to be beaten on intermediate tyres.
I think it's Tom Malone.
So
Tom
the fastest lap...
47.5, so...
We think the fastest lap points will also come into play. So unless, as we said, the forecast at the end is again dry. So maybe a little 5 or 6 lap burst at the end where you can jump back on the softs and have a crack, and with low fuel, that'll be the only time we see that time beaten, because at the moment it is moister than oyster out there. That'll be the purple lap for quite a while now. Weezy be used to driving in these conditions. He was an ACC runner at Suzuka this week, so he'll be accustomed.
Our safety car is in this lap.
Safety car in this lap. Here we go.
We're on board with our championship challenger, in Brian Tan here, coming through Curva Frey. That's the name of the corner, JC, by the way. Curva Frey, whatever.
Paul Frey. Paul Frey. Go with that. Just run with that. I like it. So Deckers is in chat now. Now that he's DNF from this race, we've got our man with the abacus on scene. So I reckon we use him.
All right.
Deckers, what does he got to do? Does he have to win this race with the purple lap? That we think that has to be the case because he qualified P8 or something. So that sounds like that's going to be the case. He has to win. So let's go, Brian Tan. Oh, it goes on the safety car. No, Wheezy on the softs.
We go.
Right after the pit lane, too. That's the worst possible spot that could have happened for Wheezy. He realises now that he should have gone on the inters.
Joe Williams there, getting really close on the brakes. Look at everyone, very crazy on those intermediates.
Anyway, we're green flag racing. Let's go. Let's see everyone here on intermediate tyres rock up through Eau Rouge and Raidillon for the first time.
Tom Malone, Aloysius Lim, Mohammed Amam, Betty Bob, something at the source.
There is a couple of different gaps that have appeared. So the top 6 or 7 seem to have got away nicely. And then there's a fairly significant gap back to here, where we ride on board with Jared Ellis as he gets past Mohammed Afan. We'll have to see how that move finishes off. But then, yeah, as you said, back in the field, it looks like, as you said, Tom Malone and a couple others had a bit of an incident. So 3 gaps, creating 4 packs of drivers. This one here, very close between Jared. Momo's involved. Momo goes wide there, and Jared says, thank you very much. You'll have that one. Now Mohammed Afan trying to squeeze his way past as well. But not quite getting it done. So Momo managing to hold on to that one. And this opens the door for Dale Beveridge. Dale Beveridge now having a crack.
2 cars around at Pouon. 2 cars are off at Pouon. Travis Murdoch and...
Speaking of Pouon, Beveridge around the outside of Irfan in the wet at Pouon, if you don't mind. That's a great little move there.
It was yellow. Adriel Sears DNF. We got another safety.
There's another safety car. That is the first lap.
He's around. Oh, dearie me. It's carnage. Joel Barry has no front wing. Is this track wet enough for full wets then?
Well, with another safety car, now's the time to make that decision. If you chose yes or definitely in the recent poll, you are correct, because we had a safety car straight after a safety car. And that was with everyone on intermediates too. Most of the soft runners and medium runners bit the bullet and went in the pit, so you can imagine what would have happened if they had stayed out there on those.
It's like intermediates for everyone when you stay out there. Championship challenger Brian Tan, he's up into P5. Only a quarter of the way through this race, JC.
Oh, mate.
Deary me.
Off you. Get the kettle on. Get a piece of chalky cake. Get your blood sugar up.
I've got a V, mate.
No, we'll have plenty to talk about in Tier 1. Very much looking forward to having those guys resume their battle.
As well, by the way. Latest poll is yellow flags. What do they mean? So, in reference to Dale Beveridge going around the outside of Mohammed Irfan there. Mitchie Weston, though, he stayed out on the softs. It's a bold call from the man who spun on the safety car restart. Must know something we don't.
Yellow flags mean text your mum, which is why I ignore yellow flags. Surely Wheezy pits here. Goodness gracious. What is this man doing?
Surprised he didn't pit on that as soon as the safety car was called.
We've had 2 safety cars now. Those tyres would be literally freezing on the rims.
Oh, will be blue.
And I mean, sure, okay, have a crack at running the softs when you're up there in P2 and it's worth the risk, but now you're down there in P11. Just bite the bullet, mate. Goodness me, you're only going to P to 14. We've got 14 runners left too. Goodness me, there's not many left now. We're only 11 laps in. You can see the consistency up the front. Raj Sandhu and Northall Herma having a great start to this one. Not involved in any incidents, just keeping it on the track. Everything developing in, around, and behind them. Doing very nicely for themselves, 11 laps down.
Yeah, we're going to have another lap here on the safety car. So...
Wheezy, please pit.
Please.
Please,
Please,
Weezy.
for all of us.
We want to see you race with pace, mate. We want to see you have a crack at trying to make these positions back. You're not going to do it on softs in these conditions. Surely. Surely. Momo's pitted. He's tried to lead Wheezy into the pits, and Wheezy's ignored him, and he said, no, I'm staying on the softs. Ah!
So Momo pitting, I wonder if that's for a new set of inters or that's for...
Going on the mediums. Hello. Maybe Jeff has come across and said there will be no more rain forecast. So maybe the rain is easing, and that's why Wheezy's staying out. Here he is, the man on screen has got knowledge that we don't. Momo's cottoned on, and he said the soft tyres are going to be the go here. They reckon they can form a dry line pretty quickly, and I tell you what, it's not a bad shout. Codemasters known for track conditions just changing on a tee, on a hat. Like, stuff just happens automatically, super quick. You remember Canada? There was a bit of rain in Canada, and it was literally like one corner it was dry, and then the next corner it was pissing down. It was super wet. So that kind of stuff can happen. Maybe these boys on the big ball strat here.
He's taking a fair bit of time to catch up to the back of this pack.
Oh, you'd be feeling them out. You'd be testing the limits very gingerly on your new medium tyres. You wouldn't want to tear them up.
Push that into here. So, is the sky getting a little bit brighter, JC? Is it getting a little bit more blue?
I reckon it is. I reckon that is.
Circuit?
I reckon Jeff's come across and said, yes, the rain has been here, and yes, it's been tricky for you, but you've made it through now.
Deck is saying Momo had a moment coming through Eau Rouge.
Was that on these medium tyres, or was that before he changed to the tyre?
So much understanding. I think that was coming through Eau Rouge on his outlap. That's why he was so slow getting up to speed up the Camel Straight. We're going to see the safety car in this lap.
And Diabol's doing a great job of pointing out that the mediums can last to the end of the race from here, whereas obviously Wheezy on his softs will have to pit again.
And the safety car is not coming in this lap.
Giving chance to Momo to dry this track out. We get another lap under safety car. Momo will be very happy with that. He'll get another chance to feel the tyres out. Yes, they're going to get a bit colder, but the dry line will continue to form. So it's all happening. 12 laps in. We've had more to talk about than you could possibly hope for. 14 drivers left. Momo bringing up the rear of the field on medium tyres. Is that the play? Raj Sandhu looking very nice here behind the safety car. Has done nothing wrong from lap 1 through to here and finds himself nicely placed. But he's still got 17 pit stops to go, so we'll see how that plays out for him. Aloysius Lim also jumping on the mediums.
Bold.
But that is just where this track sits at the moment. It is that very fine line between inters and softs, and there's a couple of gambles happening. We'd love to see it.
So Dale Beveridge has fallen off the back of this safety car queue, so I wonder if he had a little moment as well at some stage on that last lap. Because he didn't pit, he's still on the 3-lap old inters, so mustn't have pitted. If the track goes dry really quickly, Mitch Weston's in a great spot. He can stay on those softs, but still has to stop again. So can't get home on softs unless you stay on a safety car. But he will have some very grain tyres. Does the rain still falling though? Track still looks very wet, even wetter than it did last time we came through No Name and into Puon. So much spray.
I think that's the spray, not the rain. Yeah.
Tom Malone has Tom Malone had a spin, or because Dale Beveridge just regained his place?
Beveridge just went wide there at Puon.
Just gave it back,
so maybe, yeah, just went wide to give it back perhaps. Still watching Aloysius catch up to the back of the pack here. He should be up behind these guys as we get into sector 3, and therefore the safety car very likely to come in this lap, and we will resume proceedings. Here it is. Safety car streaks away. Raj now given permission to do with the field as he sees fit. Will Mitchell Weston survive the next 2 laps? Get your votes in now. Based on the fact he spun in the bus stop under safety car conditions previously, I think it's a safe bet that he doesn't survive, but Jesus, hats off to him if he gets this right. As you said, he's in a good spot there in track position if the track does dry up. But it just looks super wet. There's still so much spray coming up off those tyres. So we've got our fingers crossed for Wheezy and for the 2 medium runners, Momo and Alicious at the back, but at the moment it'll be Raj. Coming around the final turn now. This is the final turn on the F1 track too, by the way. And then we start on the next bend in ACC, but they're away now. It is green. Down the inside. Hello. No waiting. That is Joe Williams and Northall Hermer battling into turn 1.
Oh,
Joe...
no. Oh, no.
Please, no. Sort it out before we get to Rouge. They do.
Kamali.
They do. Nice
Here's
work.
the gentleman.
Great call. That's great driving.
Yep. I've seen Death with there already.
There's a couple of very interesting lines for Rouge on.
Mitch Weston hasn't fallen off the back of that pack in front very much, though. He's dropping a 10th or so up the straight. Oh, yeah. Hello, Northall Hermer battling with Joe Williams up into...
Still going out.
Coombe down in the Rivage.
This is all benefiting Raj, by the way. Raj has nearly got a 2-second gap already.
Hello, Brian Tan.
Tan. He's looking for the championship win. Just pops on screen, says, here, I'm here. Let's go. So he gets past Joshua Kamala, who looks like he is struggling for pace on this wet track. He's dropped a couple of spots now. Travis pinches one as well. Now Jared looking like a shark in the bloodied water. Sees his chance. He's all over the back of Joshua here. Let's see if he can get this done cleanly. Doesn't make the move up here into the campus complex, but there is yellow flags back there. That's Aloysius on his medium tyres. He's the first to go around.
Just stopped again on a new set of mediums. But Brian Tan, yeah, he's up in a P4. Man going for the win for the championship. We'll have a look at that move on Travis Murdoch, though, I'm sure. Josh Kamali, he's dropping back a lot. What's going on here? He's dropped back a lot.
Just hasn't got the grip in those tyres. I don't know what the deal is there for Genie. He's looking very nice up here at the pointing end of Tier 2, but he's given up a handful of positions on this first lap after the restart. There's obviously no damage because he's going to carry on, doesn't duck into the pits there. But yeah, really struggling for pace on these inters. So I think we saw Brian, Travis, Jared, Muhammad Afan all get past Kamali on that last lap. So we'll have to see how many more spots he leaks. But this is Travis Murdoch here in the Haas, doing very nicely up here in P5. Has got himself a little penalty at the moment, but I'm sure we'll see a few more of those come for other drivers as we complete this race. There's one, bang on, Afan. Thank you very much. So nice run here from Travis Murdoch. Tell you what, on the championship protagonist, if you don't mind, he says, I don't care if you're in for a fairy tale. I'm having some of that up the inside. Travis Murdoch in the wet, hats off, gets it done on Brian Tan.
Brian Tan's not going to be done though. He's going to have a look for a move into Rivage. Where he made that move last time. We got another car around. It looks like it's Momo
on his mediums. Yeah, so those soft runners really struggling. Not quite getting the call right by the look of it at the moment.
Yeah, I think Mitch Weston and Momo there. As long as they can stay where they are, they're going to drop further off the back, and they're hoping for the track to dry up much quicker. But they're going to have to give up the ghost and hit eventually. You would think for the intermediate tyres, or this race just going to run away from them.
Jeez, it's going to bloody hurt if you jump on the inters now, though, and then a dry line does form 2 laps later. That is going to sting. Excellent little train here forming. We won't see DRS for a little while yet, that's for sure. Again, that crossover point. When DRS is activated by the stewards, that's when the dry tyres become optimum. You can see Aloysius back there also struggling. Those soft guys bringing out the yellow flags as they continue to make errors. This is a great battle here. Jared Ellis really interested in the back of Brian Tan. In fact, he's going to go around the outside. Brian's going to have the better run into turn 1, though, I would think. Jared not done. I tell you what, he's got it done. Brian getting all sorts of squirrely on the curb there, and Jared says, thank you. makes the move. This
Irfan's
opens the
gonna make
quarter.
it as well.
Irfan's going to have to go around the outside of Brian Tan.
Absolutely not what Brian Tan wants for his challenge here. It's just getting more and more unlikely he's going to get it very squirrely on exit. Almost makes
And that'll do it. So we're right behind our man Brian Tan. We want to see this battle go to the wire, but he's just being swapped by these Tier 2 boys who've got all the pace in the boots. And they're not interested in letting Brian have this one. They are battling him, and they send him back to P7 now. Travis Murdoch having a great race so far. Would love to see him get a result here. He's had pace all season, just not quite getting the results to go his way, but here he is up here in P4 being chased down by Jared Ellis, who's also looking very quick.
Whilst these battles are still going on, might ask the director if we can get a look at the movers and shakers.
Hard to be all up at this point, wouldn't they? There'd be a bunch of greens, a bunch of red.
Changes. So Mohammed Irfan, he's up to 13. He's our highest mover. Momo down 11. He's our biggest loser. Biggest shaker, maybe I should say.
Mohammed Irfan here doing very well. He started from last at the moment. He joined the lobby, he missed qualifying. He just jumped in and said, hey, can I have a race here? And he's done very well to plonk 13 spots and be up there in P6.
Yep. Hammer running in P2. He's up 9 spots. We've got another yellow here for, it's Aloysius Lim again.
He's all sorts of struggling.
Those medium tyres really not doing anything for him. Those slicks not the right tyre on this track at the moment. Inter's still optimum, it would appear.
I'll tell you what, there's a couple diving in the pits there, I think. I reckon I saw a couple dive in the pits there. There is. There's a lot of drivers in the pits here. So it's Travis who stays out. He's going to go one more lap on these inters.
We need to have a look at what tyres are going on too.
This is a good indication that Jeff's been on the buzzer to most of these boys and said, here it comes, the dry rice is forming and it's about time you get in here. So we may see DRS open up soon too. So Travis stays out. Mohammed Irfan, after being bloody last, is now P2. Chasing down Travis.
Travis didn't get his best run through O'Rouge and Radion.
Oh, look at him go here, Mohammed. Absolutely sucks up behind him and gets that pretty comfortably. He'll have to get on the anchors here. Looks like he did, so he finishes that.
They're all on slicks.
This is going to be spicy. There's a couple of mediums, there's a couple of softs, but they are all slicks. That's what they are.
Someone's around. Who's around it? Ready? We've got a VSC. Did have... it's Mohammed Imam. He's got no front wing. He's absolutely clobbered the barrier somewhere. Looks like it was the exit of Rouge. We've got VSC though. So...
Just to give everyone a chance to cool down their tyres. That's just what they needed.
Yep. Yep.
So we saw only a lap or so ago, Aloysius Lim struggling on those mediums. Momo's had problems. Wheezy's had problems. We're on board with Wheezy here. We've seen that the soft tyres just haven't quite... And they all jump in and put them on. So you want to hope that crossover point comes quickly. You want to hope that dry line forms because we've seen the soft tyres just not doing the trick. And a lot of drivers, almost everyone, has popped in and grabbed themselves a set of mediums or softs. It's these two up the front here who don't think it's the time for that yet. There are still wet patches on the road. There's still a lot of splash happening.
I have to box now. But the VSC is going to end really soon.
I don't know. It's 17 seconds back to Raj. I'd be interested to see if they can increase that gap. There's DRS, though. That is the crossover point. It still looks mighty slippery out there. They're both going to box. Ooh, okay, good call from you, Tom Riley.
You're the number one front. Well, Travis Murdoch, they're getting a little bit wild. I reckon. There's no way that the only way that you can stay on those inters and get another pit stop later on is if this track stays wet just for long enough for these drivers to not be able to get the best run. Travis Murdoch, very, very slow stop. I had to serve a penalty, I think.
Oh, that's someone out the back there. It's a Red Bull. It's Brian Tan. It's the man. He goes around at turn 1. He's just not having it come together for him. 18 laps in.
Up average of Momo here. Momo with a very nice line. This track has dried up really quickly now. Not much in the way of spray or anything. Wow, that's an aggressive move from Jared Ellis around the outside of Norfolhermer. Safety car.
No,
That
it's
is Travis Murdoch.
Oh, God.
After such an incredible run running in P1 before the VSC. And he has crashed out on those fresh medium tyres.
No.
And that is race over for him. He'll join our other 5 DNFs. We've got another. Did I just say another bit? No, Muhammad Imam got past Travis Murdoch in mind. But
So what I have just seen is Brian Tan re-log into Steam, so I'm not sure where he's at or whether the AI has got control of him. But I did just see him re-log into Steam, so last thing he needs is some sort of disconnect issue or something going wrong with him. He needs to claw back those. I'll tell you what, with all his issues, he's still P9. He's still in it. That's what you get from these 100% races. We're not even halfway through yet, so he's well and truly still ensconced in that top 10. He's still got a chance.
This is a bloody long race, I'll tell you that much.
I hope you got your popcorn ready for Tier 1, because that's where it's all going to kick off. It's
so much to play at in Tier 1.
But they'll be sitting on their butterflies for sure, because this one's going to go for a little while yet.
That championship is very, very close.
Oh, yeah.
Much closer than this one.
Yeah, the gap between Ogold and Dimitri shortened last week. And there's battles all the way down the field too. P3, P4 pretty close as well. Smithy looking to get a good result here and finish as high as he can after winning last season. Hong Yi in the mix as well. So, yeah, very much looking forward to Tier 1. As you said, that battle at the top still wide open. So we'll have our man with the abacus on board with us. He'll keep us posted.
Running back in P1 after all of that chaos in the pit stops. Garrett Ellis, the most stable of our drivers tonight in terms of positions lost versus positions gained. He's only up to 1 spot, so qualifying worked well for him to keep him up there in that top 3. Raj, he's up 4 spots. Norfol's up 8. Joe Williams up 5. Muhammad Irfan, our biggest mover, as we said before, he's up 14. Tom Malone, he's down 5 from pole, but has done well to regain back up to P6 after some unfortunate incidents on the in the opening couple of laps. After that first safety car period where he boxed. Josh Kamala, he's up 7. He's got a penalty though. Brian Tan, our challenger, he's up 2 spots from P10. Needs to be up another 6 or 7 spots really to challenge for that championship. Dub Beveridge, he's up 6. And 3 of our movers, shakers, Momo, Mitchie Weston, who has been on those soft tyres all the way through the rain period, now on some fresh ones. Got a penalty though for track limits. Sitting 11th, Muhammad Imam, he's up 4, and we've seen the sad demise of Aloysius Lim. He's down 7 spots. Ben was running the mediums throughout the rain period. Going to see another lap under safety car here. So I think now we've seen more laps under safety car than we have seen laps actually raced in green flag.
Tell you what, wouldn't be far off, would it? Yeah, not quite. Jesus, it'd be close. I think 7 or 8. So yeah, bloody close. Just shows how treacherous these conditions are. It has not at one point been wet enough for full wets, and not even, it's just confused the drivers. We had a couple on mediums, couple on softs, couple on inders. It's just that sort of tricky in-between period. A couple diving into the pits there again. Yeah, Kamali going in the pits, as well as Momo and Muhammad Aman.
These guys might be going the soft tyre maybe, banking on another pit stop. Or they're on softs and they're going to go mediums to the end.
Aloysius might be lucky enough to grab those positions if he's quick enough into turn 1. I'm not sure whether he's still got a delta over his head, but just rounding turn 1 now.
It's going to get
those
2
guys in the pits are still stuck. Yeah, 2 or 3, yeah. Yeah, definitely got 2, and he tucks in behind Joshua Kamali. Joshua, obviously, with that penalty. But I won't even begin to try and factor in penalties at this point. Still got a long way to go, so anything can happen. Everyone squiggling around trying to get warmth into those tyres. The track does look like it has dried out pretty significantly now. Not a lot of wet patches happening.
I think the most critical thing for our championship battle is Brian Tan has no one in front of him with penalties, so he's going to have to make these moves on track to make them stick. And he's going to need to try something to get a chance for the fastest lap as well.
G'day, Craig Dale.
Yes, g'day, Craig. Everyone in chat, Caius and Diabols are talking very, very... they're talking a lot.
Oh, a lot of love for Haas is what they are.
A lot of love, a lot of love.
Caius obviously
with the abacus.
Struggling in his Alpine to Alpine. I can never tell with those blue cards. Williams. Gerald's in a Williams, isn't he? Yeah.
Yep.
So now that he's jumped out of the race, he's jumped in here in chat. We love that. And he's supporting the Haas, and then he binned the Haas off the track, and he's got to find someone else. Who are you backing now, Caius? I reckon it'll be Brian. Surely we want him to get up in those top positions and force us to get our calculators out. We want him to do well. Tell you what, I wouldn't mind seeing this man pick up a win. Raj Sandhu. He's popped in and out of the season just to fill up the numbers. We love that from him. And if he grabs a win here...
A good result for the man who's been racing in Tier 3, has he not?
Oh, he's done a bit of Tier 3, a bit of Tier 2. He's probably got the pace for Tier 1 if he wanted to. Oh, no, I thought you were just supporting Travis in particular. It's obviously Haas and Williams at the bottom of the table fighting over the constructors' wooden spoon. So, of course, you wouldn't be supporting him. Flag. My apologies, take his weight on.
Raj here, holding, and he's gone. A very smart start from Raj Sandhu. A little bit of
2 by 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 2. Nicely done, well navigated, nice wide corner.
Ryan Sandhu, he really needs to get up in that. He's pulling up alongside Tom Malone. Gonna have to go for the move up into Eau Rouge. He's just pulled in behind. I would have gone for it if I was him. With everything on the line halfway, just over halfway through this race. Just under halfway, I should say.
Hello, Nick Randell. You're just joining us after what is, I think, the third safety car as you're watching them file down here into Lacombe for the first time after the safety car restart. It's been raining, but not quite raining enough to bring out full wets, and some stayed on mediums and a couple went on to softs, and there was a plenty of inter-runners, so it's been all up and down in terms of the weather. But it has just dried out now, so everyone's on the mediums and softs. And as I said, starting again here.
Brian Tan's got 3 seconds. Dale Beveridge has got 3 seconds as well. We saw that live on stream. Brian Tan is going to have to try and race now. Really race hard to try and get back up into P1 if he wants to take this championship away from Daniel Wong. Jared Ellis is taking the lead over Raj.
That is the important update that you've missed, is that we're obviously watching Brian Tan in front of us here. He needs to win this race to win this championship. He probably needs to take the purple lap with him. Danny Wong not racing tonight, having some issues in his personal life that he's had to attend to. Very good chance for Brian here to pinch the championship from right underneath him, but has to get a massive bag of points. Has to win with the purple lap and whatnot. So, yeah, that 3-second penalty not going to do him any favours there. Hello up the inside. That's done very well to keep it out of the side of Dale Beveridge. Has Mitchell Weston there. Momo looking on patiently.
Momo is absolutely sending it here.
Almost makes finding the grip. Jared's got past Raj at some point. Hello.
Yeah.
Very nice.
I said that before. It was...
my apologies. I was off in chat.
At some stage, but still don't have DRS yet, so Raj is going to have to do this the old-fashioned way in the slipstream. Norfolk here going for a move on Tom Malone. They're going to go side by side through Lacombe. Nice side by side racing. No one's getting real advantage. Ryan Tan though, he'll be licking his lips at this. Little chance for him to try and make up some spots.
Question. does the battery usage scale with the length of race? I.e., are we using 50% less battery than we normally would in a 50% race?
The battery. I would assume that you're... No, because... I don't know.
Battery capacity obviously stays at 100%, but does the usage reduce by the 50% extra that this race is? Same as tyres, according to Octane Online Racing, meaning that it probably does scale. So you're not quite using as much battery as you normally would. So another thing the drivers will have to get used to in this one.
Here we go, seeing some purple laps now after the rain delay, or the little rain break we had. Laying those fast laps. We've got DRS now though. Brian Tan here looking up for a move up the inside. Looks like there might have been a little bit of contact.
Norfolk kept it on track.
Yeah, fakes that move. It was a very deep and late send into La Source. We go for Dale Beveridge here. He's going to look for a move in Noffelhammer. DRS. Brian Tan is probably going to be a sitting duck. Can Dale Beveridge
where's he going to go here?
No, we've got yellows up here. Around, looks like it's Muhammad Amami's DNF'd. We've got another safety car.
It is another safety car.
Muhammad Irfan's been involved, I think, in that one too. So, Jared Ellis, he'd managed to open up a fairly considerable gap. Oh, sorry, Raj must have got past Jared Ellis again. Raj had opened up a fairly considerable gap there. So, Raj still in the lead of this race. Don't see anyone box here. Maybe we see Dale Beveridge and Momo box to go on to those mediums to take them to the end, do you reckon?
Yeah, it'd probably be the right call, but I tell you what, with the amount of safety cars coming out, I wonder if soft's to go. I'm interested to see how many pits Raj has done. But yeah, do you throw your hat in another safety car basket? Try and get maximum pace out of your next two stint.
No, Tom Malone up there in P3. We've got Daniel here in chat.
Danny Wong, there he is, championship leader. He's in chat. Welcome. Unfortunate you couldn't make it tonight to defend yourself, but at the moment we're watching Brian Tan. Well, we're watching everyone is what we're doing, and everyone is struggling. It has been wet, it has been dry, it has been wet, dry, it has been dry, wet. It's been a bit of everything. And we're only 24 laps into this one. I think we've had, what, 4 safety cars now? So it's just all happening. Good time to join us too, just quietly. As I said, it has been mostly safety car running so far. We had, as I said, a lot of wet weather. So hopefully, once these guys sort themselves out, and this dry line really starts to form, we get back to racing conditions, the safety cars will ease off, and we'll get through these last 20 laps, and we'll see whether Brian Tan can make up those positions. Currently sitting up there in P5. Yada told Brian, after qualifying, that he'd be P5 after 24 laps. He would have taken that, regardless of how he got there. So he's still got a little bit of work to do. He's got Tom Malone and Jared Ellis in front of him too. Those guys aren't going to let him pass at all. He will be very hard-pressed getting past those fast boys. And then he's got Raj Sando up there as well. And Joe Williams, who we're on screen with as well. He's got a lot of work to do in front of him.
It's one of those things that we are miss out on. Or one of the things in our championship, there is a drop round. So for the entirety of one of our 12 rounds, if it is your lowest scoring round, that round is dropped. So Deckers is saying in chat that because he started this race, it's considered a 0 points race, even though he doesn't finish. And he will gain 10 points from another round, which would have been his lowest scoring round. But if you get a DNS that did not start, so you did not take the grid before the start of the race, you will not get your drop round. It does not count towards being a drop round because it is technically a DNS, not a 0 points round. I believe we have the same sort of idea in in sprints as well. Is that correct, JC? There's still the drop round?
Yep. Same principle. So really values consistency, that system. So turning up to every race and plonking yourself in the top 10 every race is going to do very nicely for you. Going to get one more lap under safety car here. Do you like NBA, Tom Riley, or do you like AFL?
I'm an AFL person over NBA. I will sit and watch the NBA, mainly watch the Mets because of Paddy Mills. That was really going to be my team at the start of the season. Couldn't watch as many games as I wanted to with only having access to KO and ESPN. But I'd choose AFL over NBA.
Who do you support? You're a Bomber, aren't you?
I'm a Bombers fan, yep.
Good man. Anyone in chat? You got a team? Who do you like? AFL? Throw your hat in the ring. Little sports report coming your way.
The Bombers have to win the final this year, without a doubt.
That'd be minimum pass mark for me too, mate. Yep.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
And our man Sean Muller. Sean Muller is a big Bombers fan as well. He joins us in the commentary box for ACC and reckons Darcy Parish is going to win the Brownlow this season. Your thoughts?
Well, it's a bold call, but I think he's probably our best bet for that. I think he sees Jakey Stringer play more in the midfield. I think we might see him poll a few votes this season. Sounds like he will be. He's ready for round one, so see him open up the season in 2 weeks' time. We had a loss last night against the Saints, but Saints did get quite an injury toll. I think it would be wrong of us not to mention the sad news in the last 48, 72 hours in the cricket world. Rod Marsh.
Well, Rod Marsh was sad enough as it was, and then bang, a day after that, goodness me, didn't we get a rock? Oh.
So before we get started, I will, back to green flag, I'll tell you a little story. How old was I? I must be 10 when we were at the, or maybe 9, and we were at the Boxing Day test in 2006, the year that the great King of Spin took his 700 wickets. And I was there, and the photos that Mum took of me reacting to the incredible noise and everything when he took 700 was me crying. And yesterday I looked exactly the same in the morning. I was very, very sad to wake up in the morning to the news that King of Spin had passed away. So I'm sure everyone here at OR will extend our thoughts and prayers to the Warren family, even though we're a little league here in the Asia Pacific and globally. I'm sure a lot of us have been affected by passing away of King.
100%. Safety car coming in this lap?
It is. We are going green.
All right. I was going to give you my warning story, but I won't. Let's go. Raj Sandhu is going to lead us away. I tell you what, he's got the jump early here. He hasn't waited around like he has for the last safety cars. He has just banged it out of the bus stop, and he will get himself a nice little lead up into turn one. Everyone else sorting themselves out nicely. Northallerm and Momo getting a little sideways here as they come through turn one, and they will continue to be side by side as they go up through Eau Rouge and Adiron for the first time. Let's see how this works out for them. I think Momo's got it done before they get there.
Pulls in behind.
Tucks in, that's it. Jumps on the battery, sees if he can get some suck happening all the way up the Kemmel straight into Lacombe. Speaking of, Jared Ellis around the outside here. He's not the first time he would have made this move tonight. And again, Raj Sandhu giving him the space, but that's a big balls play from Jared. Raj not done. Raj hangs onto it. They're going to go down into the hairpin here. There's yellows back in the field. This is a great battle between these two. They carry on. Great respect shown. And Raj manages to hold on, but that's an excellent battle throughout the first and halfway into the second sector there from Raj Sandhu and Jared Ellis. Take your hat off. Nice work, lad.
Yeah, Brian's hand was right up behind Joe Williams. The gap was only about a tenth and a half, and couldn't get a move done if you put one on. Gonna have to reload and go again. This battle for the top of the top three cars here is very willing. Tom Maloney is going to doesn't quite get the exit out of turn 14 through 15 and up to Blanchemont now. Didn't quite get the exit that he would have wanted, so doesn't quite get the slipstream like he likes. Jared Ellis here will probably look for a move into the chicane. Raj sticks to the inside. goes defensive. Jared just needs to keep it on the outside of him. And he does. Keeps the wheel up alongside him. They're still side by
Raj
side.
got traction there, though.
What a good exit from Raj. He's just going to invite Tom alone, though, as they head up to Lacombe for his second time after safety car. Jared Ellis gets a good exit.
That is some cracking racing for your Tier 2 tonight. Hello, that's what we wanted. Piss the wet weather off, get the safety cars out, and watch these guys get their elbows out. For 2 laps, those two battle basically side by side. Jared Ellis and Raj Sandhu, that is excellent racing. So now Tom, as you said, was waiting patiently for that battle to develop, and now up the inside of the first section in Lacombe gets it done.
Brian Tan.
Looks like Brian Tan getting one done as well.
Jared Ellis picks up 3 seconds in the lead, though. Tell you what, this race isn't over for Brian Tan.
No, not at all. Up there in P4, he's looking hungry. He's looking like it now that the dry weather is here. We'll get to really see him stretch his legs a little.
He's on the wrong tyres, though, to put him for a fastest up the race. Raj picks up a 3-second penalty too, so...
Who's this around the outside? Is this Momo around the outside of Joe Williams? Nice. Makes it the inside down there into the first part of campus and gets it done.
Yeah, those soft tyres working a treat for Momo here. The only driver on the soft tyres. We're on board here with Jared Ellis. Tom Malone trying to chase him down. Jared's just managed to pull a nice little gap. Brian Tan trying to get closer to Raj. Trying to challenge for P3 in this race. We'll have DRS the next time we go up the Camel Straight. Joe Williams here trying to battle with Mitch Weston, who does have the 2-lap younger medium tyres. Shouldn't make that much of a difference.
Yeah, Weezy just got the run out of Blanchimont and got him down in the chicane, so takes that position, moves himself up into P6. Also doing very nicely considering his early escapades. We had our fingers crossed for it.
Tom Malone, on board with him now. This battle for the lead of this race. He's got DRS. Jared Ellis just parks in the middle of the track. Really smart driving from him. Really hard to go around the outside there. Momo right up the back of Brian Tan. That's not who you want to have with a massive tyre difference of a soft tyre versus medium. But Momo just gets a little bit squirrely on the exit. Through Ravage here, down into No Name. Malone right up behind Jared Ellis. That gap is down to about 11 hundredths of a second. It's about 1 and a bit tenths. It's just opened up a little bit through this squirrely section. Raj has gone wide.
Oh, wow.
Just tries to come back onto the track and gives Momo not much space to go other than the curb, and tries to pick up the power as he normally would and just loses the rear a little bit. But lots more grit. Watch him sail around the outside here, I'm sure. Can't quite just sit in the slipstream. Brian Tan, though, he's up into P3. Gonna have to defend from Raj. Let Momo do the overtake. Oh, Momo just starts to pull him behind. Brian Tan goes deep. Raj is going to get the exit. You would think, doesn't quite. Brian probably had to use a little bit of battery.
That was excellent heads-up driving from Momo there back there in campus, though. That could have very easily been a collision, and he was very quick to respond to Raj getting sideways, so nice work from Momo.
Yeah. Brian Tan lost out a lot of time to Tom Malone, though, to those leaders. Raji will have DRS, so will Momo. So will all the way back to Dale Beveridge. They'll all have DRS through here. Raj going around the outside of Brian Tan. Momo's going to... Oh, he
thought about it.
Yeah, certainly had a little think about it. Coming down to Ravage here. Momo will look up the inside of Brian Tan. Tan can't stay with him. Or he does, though, but can't stay with him enough on the exit. There's all that exit there from Brian Tan. So he's throwing caution to the wind and just trying to go for it here. What he has to do. Still got 16 laps to go. Long way to go in this race yet.
Yeah, lap's really starting to tick along now, though. This has been good driving from everyone involved as Wheezy manages to hold on to it. There was never in doubt. It was just warming the tyres. Good stuff from Wheezy there. Tell you what, who else was very shallow around there? I don't know who that was. I think it was Momo who maybe didn't quite get 15, 16 right. Now, Brian Tam putting pressure on him. Oh, that was a touch. Oh, please, Wheezy, keep it out of the wall. Done well. So, yeah, as I said, Momo had a bit of a moment, I would suggest, way back in 15 and 16, and that brought Brian Tan right up his inside. And then he tried to get him done through Blanchimont, but just couldn't obviously find the space, and that concertinaed back to Wheezy, who's lost out and is now pitted. So Wheezy having another very eventful lap here.
I suspect he might have had some front wing damage there.
Yeah. After his little touch on the bum. Here's Tom Malone. These two good friends battling often this season. And with DRS, that is a job well done. But down here into Lacombe, Jared's made a couple of moves already tonight. He's been very brave on the brakes.
Jared doesn't have the battery to do anything though. Mohamed Irfan though seemed to be up alongside Brian Tam, but just sort of breathes out of it, and Momo goes through as well. So not sure what happened there, whether that was just a little bit earlier braking from Mohamed Irfan.
Tell you what, these penalties start to stack up for a couple of drivers now. I reckon Jared's got 6, and Tom Malone, currently sitting with 0, is very happily looking very happily up there in P1.
Yep, absolutely. Can't afford to get 3 seconds. He'll probably still be safe in that top spot.
Yes, I just had a stroke. Yes, I can just smell toast. Momo, nice run here. Brian Tam, we wish these buggers would just bugger off so we could fight for P1, but they're not letting him have it easy, are they? Momo up the inside of Blanchimont. Thank you, mother, for the rabbits. Doesn't even really need to defend down here in the bus stop. Moves across. Tom Malone's got the pace. He's got no penalties. He's looking very nice up there in P1 is Tom Malone. He's got to close down 50 points on Mohamed Irfan to snatch P3. So that's a fairly big ask, I reckon. 50 points probably just out of reach, even with that P1. Because Mohamed Irfan is sitting nicely here in P6 and is a 2.5 seconds clear of Joe Williams and Dale Beveridge. Aloysius still struggling on those tyres. He goes around again. A bit of side-by-side action there as Brian Tan and Mohamed Irfan resume their battle.
Oh, Aloysius picks up a 5-second penalty for corner cutting, and he gains a place.
He's totally by himself. How did he gain a place?
That was going through.
Oh, there's that drain line. We've seen that already tonight.
I'm alone. There's that 3-second penalty we were talking about. So Momo here needs to find about 1 and a bit seconds relative to Tom Malone to really gain P1 in this race with the penalties.
Penalties just rolling in for Aloysius now. No.
Really is undoing his race. I am going to say it now. Unless there's a safety car and everyone boxes, I don't think Brian Tan is going to get the... Norfolk Herm is out.
Unless there's a safety car. Tom Riley, ladies and gentlemen. That is...
I'm here all week.
Witch's hat stuff.
Everyone is boxing.
He's put the robe on, he's got the wand out, and he's absolutely cursed Norfolk Herm straight off the road, brings out the safety car. Oh. All right, take a breath. We will gather our thoughts and we'll work out what everyone is going to do here. With 12 laps to go, Softs can do it. Softs will be quick. There's 11 cars left. There's no rain on the horizon. Oh. Penalties stacking up. Momo with no penalties, Mohamed Irfan with no penalties, everyone else with either 3, 6 or 13 for Aloysius. Although he has just served 5 of them in the pit, so he's down to 8 now.
Gonna have to see
Safety car looking really good for driver of the day, just quietly.
Yep, has led the most laps, I'm sure. Oh, here we go. Brian Tanner's on the softs along with Raj Sandhu. Momo's gone on to fresh softs as well. These three leaders in the front, Tom Malone, Jared Ellison, Joe Williams, they're still on the mediums, and they are not in a good spot. 14 laps difference in tyre life, but also a massive compound difference will result in a massive grip difference and lap time. So Brian Tan here, even with the 3-second penalty, needs to get past Raj and past Momo and then past the 3 cars in front and then gain 3 seconds on Momo, and he can still be champion. I was just saying before, recalling the safety car, it's the only way that Brian Tan can win this race, is to be on the right tyre when a safety car comes. If a safety car comes, it's the only way to win this race and win this championship with Brian Tan.
God's gift to Brian, you are, Tom Riley, for absolutely cursing Norfolk straight off the road and bringing this safety car out. So now Brian gets brand new softs. He's still going to get past Raj and Momo for a start. That's not going to be an easy task. They've had plenty of battles already.
And from 3 softs behind him too.
Muhammad Afan, obviously the front of those and very quick already this season, so he won't be letting him have it easy. But yeah, Tom Malone, Jared Ellis, Joe Williams on 14 lap mediums. That's going to be interesting. I know that they'll get them home. There's no issue about tyre life. But how about tyre pace? Are they going to be quick enough to hold off those soft runners in this little mini sprint that we've got going on now? It's going to be probably 10 to 15, maybe 20 laps to go. Nothing to that?
No, nothing to that. I genuinely think the mediums aren't going to be able to keep up with the soft runners. I genuinely think that the medium runners are pretty much done and dusted for this race. I think they're going to end up falling back. Maybe only 3 spots together, but I think their race is done unless there's another safety car and they get another cheap pit stop towards the end. But I think their race is done. Danny sounds like he's pretty reserved with the fact that Brian Tan has won it. We know the race isn't over until the race is over.
Pass is in chat. How you doing, mate? Are you racing tonight? He's a tier 1 driver. Is he having a crack? Let me know, Pass. Good to see you. Max Verstappen's #1 ticket holder is our man Pass from the Netherlands. So here he is. It's all in front of him. The perfectly positioned safety car. Nice new fresh set of softs. Only a few drivers in front of him. Danny Wong not being one of them. Couldn't ask for a better scenario, could Brian Tan. It's the stuff of legends if he can get this done. There's a lot of work to do. It's going to take a miracle, but it's all fallen into place for him so far. Safety car is in this lap. Keep your hearts in your mouth, people. It's going to be a barnstorming finish to this one. As if you didn't need any more excitement in your night, we've got tier 1 coming after this, Tom Riley. Goodness me.
Oh! This race, if we've seen, if this race is going to tell us what we're going to see in the next one, I am so excited.
Lucky I've already got my pants off. All right, here we go. Tom Malone now leading the pack for the first time tonight out of a safety car. I think Raj Sandhu's had most of them. He gets a very early start and barneys his way down to turn 1 nicely. So everyone else follows him in behind. We'll have to see if there's a little touch there. Sue Aston Martin's getting a little bit. How you doing? Raj Sandhu behind them in P5 would have been a very good spectator of that as they come through Eau Rouge and ready on for the first time here. Everyone getting that nice and tidy. Just a quick look at the track map, says there's no yellows, so everyone gets that done beautifully.
Here we go.
Here goes Jared up the inside of Tom Malone. Oh,
Momo
he
gets
chooses
past
not
his
to.
teammate.
So I expected Jared to have it go up the inside of Tom Malone there. He's very brave. Oh, no.
Oh!
And Raj just sends it down the inside of Joe in retaliation to that. Oh, goodness me, that could have been way worse. So nice work out, hanging on to it, everyone. We carry on, green flag racing. Absolutely pinned it through to Brian. He got a great run. Is he going to go around the outside of Joe here? Joe parks it pretty defensively, does very well. Got an excellent run out of poo on there from Brian, had him looking. And he's all over the back of Joe. Speaking of Joe's, here's Mo. The Moest of Mo's. Dual Mo's. Double Mo. Right up behind Jared Ellis here. Jared, who seems to have dropped off the back of Tom Malone a little bit, so maybe an error somewhere in the middle sector has invited Momo around the outside here, but that's a pretty tough spot to get it done. Jared gets all the traction on the outside, so not quite getting it done there, Momo. Good of him to have a look.
Brian Tan was, you know, under a 10. Must have been alongside Joe Williams. Couldn't get the move done.
Raj has got one on Joe at some point too, so Raj up here in P4 now.
Brian Tan, though, gets a much better exit out of the source. You can see that on the timing split. But has to tuck back in behind. Just can't get past Joe Williams. So we'll have the draft here. He's got to defend from the cars behind too. So
they are swamping it
inside.
Muhammad Afan's right there. Joe's just planted himself in the middle of the track, and Muhammad Afan has taken that. Oh, he nearly got it done. So Joe just did some really nice defensive driving, and Brian sort of got stuck in between three cars.
Brian Tan, he's really covering off Muhammad Irfan.
Brian would be asking Joe to very nicely get out of the friggin' way. Nice little catch there from Dale. Oh, he might get he's got a good run out of poo on those soft tyres, and this time I think he's going to get that move done. And he does so around the outside. So nice work from Brian. Another safety car. Hello, let's go again. What is this one about? Aloysius has finally thrown in the towel. After many accidents and spins, he's got one too many wrong and now finds himself dead on the side of the road. So we're down to 10. Oh boy, oh boy.
It's all going on.
So those medium runners at the front, you've got to hang on to track position now. You're not going to make those spots back. Everyone too bunched up. They would go right to the back of the field. So they will have to stick with it on those medium tyres.
How many safety cars?
How many safety cars has there been? I think there's been 5, maybe 6 even. We've had a couple of DNFs in the same safety car. Yeah, Keelan and Decker's caused one together. So yeah, it hasn't obviously been 10 safety cars, but there's been a bloody handful, that's for sure.
Mole saying in chat there's been 6.
That wouldn't be far from the truth. There's been that many. It's been that sort of night. So another chance to head back to this AFL recap. Why not? Because everyone's got an AFL team that they like. And I'm just looking over the Collingwood results now, but I'll leave those for last because no one likes Collingwood. No one at all. On Friday, a close one all night between the Lions and the Doggies. 6-point win there for the Lions. Tigers comfortably over the Hawks. Port winning the showdown by 6 goals.
Of course, we should say.
No one likes Collingwood, so he ends the stream.
Of course, we should say that these are all pre-season results, so not entirely reflective of how the season's gone.
No, of course not. No, I'm a sports man, so I just like getting some sports out. We've had 6 safety cars, so I'm just trying to recap what I saw over the weekend, I guess, and do a bit of spitballing on Mull because he's a massive Collingwood fan and they got absolutely slapped by GWS today. But in saying that, as I said before, Bombers were pretty wasteful last night with our kicking in front of goal, and we went down to the Saints, so not a good weekend for us either. But as I said, only practice races, so who gives a stuff? Practice racing? Practice race. Jeez, you can tell I'm a sim racer. So yeah, just a bit of pre-season testing for the AFL guys, and so we're not putting too much stock into that, I guess. Speaking of pre-season testing, I'm enjoying the liveries as they've come out. We've spoken about those over the last couple of weeks, but has it moved on to Spain yet? How long until the season starts proper? How long before we go to?
We've got testing this coming week in Bahrain.
Bahrain
next, a week, right. And then the week after will be the opening race of the season. We have another lap on a safety car here. We're going to have an 8-lap dash to the end. 7-lap dash, I should say. 7-lap dash to the end. Mac Daddy bringing up NRLW. I haven't been paying much attention to that, I must say.
To what? What did I miss?
NRLW. Because AFLW next season will be the full complement of 18 teams, I believe.
What's NRL? What's that do?
NRLW is rugby league. It's the women's rugby league.
Right.
I think there's only like six races or something.
People still play rugby.
Yeah. mate, NRL's back next week, so I'm very excited as a Melbourne Storm fan myself.
Oh, of course, because you're from like Canberra, so you'd get into that, wouldn't you?
Well, I'm from Melbourne originally.
Yeah, but now you're up there in the land of
politicians.
Yeah, let's not get into the AFL NRL debate because, yeah, I'm not even going to bother. Tom Malone looking to overtake the safety car around the outside. Yep.
Next weekend, though, Endurance Series kicks off in ACC. 4 rounds, once a month, 2 drivers, 3-hour races. Very, very exciting for that. You taking part, JC?
In the
Endurance
event
Series?
No, I'll be commentating the Endurance Series. So myself and Boxy, we're going to do it, but Boxy's got some emergency surgeries that he's popping into, so we'll miss out on this Endurance Series. Looking forward to commentating that one. They were some great races. That's a very good format. So
it is.
Yeah,
it is. I do distinctly remember a moment at Hungaroring last season, which was very interesting.
No one recalls that.
Oh, I do.
No one recalls that.
It was
the Bottas of all Bottas.
It was a boulder move.
No, I just totally missed my breaking point as it was. You didn't intend to make the move.
But it wasn't Bottas because you didn't bowl anyone over. You just bowled yourself into the tyre.
It was only by luck.
It was a gutter ball.
Okay. Hello, Barbecue Bun. Mike Reel's in chat. He wants an update. I think the safety car's coming in this lap. Yes, it goes. So we'll give you one after we get through turn 1 and 2. Tom Malone this time waiting a little bit longer to get on the pedal, but Jared was ready for him. So he tucks him right behind, and Momo gets caught napping a little bit down into turn 1.
Brian Tan will be happy. Joe Williams behind him on those 20-lap old mediums, so he's going to have a little bit of defence there for a little bit.
You can see how quickly Brian has gap. There's a gap formed already between P5 and P6, so he will be very happy not having to defend from behind. But he still has to make moves on these top runners, and I wouldn't put money on getting past Jared with pace. He wants this already. Don't worry about DRS. He's going to suck that battery down, and he's going to go around the outside. We've seen him do this plenty already tonight, Jared, in through Lacombe, and again, Jared Ellis getting the move done in Lacombe. That is amazing work from him tonight. There's another yellows. Surely not.
Joe Williams
Surely not. Carry on, Joe.
He's going.
Oh, if that had been a safety
green.
car, I would have flipped. Absolutely.
This is so wild.
Oh, Brian Tam wants one here. Raj Sandhu not letting him have it easily. As Genie picks up 3 seconds. That's a great move around the outside from Brian Tan. He still wants it. But they are the same tyres as Raj Sandhu, not like before when he overtook around the outside there.
Move up the inside.
Oh! Come on! Hang on to it. he wants it. He wants it badly. He can see everyone in front of him. That's all he needs to be is 50 meters in front of where he is now, and he wins the championship probably, maybe. No, he probably needs a fastest lap on top, but he's doing everything he can. He's keeping us shaking here on the edge of our seats. He wants this. He wants to go as close as he can. I think Danny's going to pick it up. He's got a lot of work to do with Brian. Speaking of work to do, here comes Momo up the outside. Pulls out of that one. Tom hangs on to his position. So we were just talking about what's happened so far. We've had six safety cars barbecue bunt. We had a bit of rain earlier on. It was a lot like Suzuka and ACC this week, where it's sort of been dry and wet and then dry again. And so it was really tricky on the strategy. A couple of inters, a couple of softs, a couple of different tyre choices. And yeah, everyone not quite piecing it together. And a couple of people DNFing. I say a couple, there's been a lot. So
when he says there's so many dead, 9 drivers are out of this race.
Yeah. So yeah, a couple of those just binning themselves. We've had a couple of incidents between.
Jared Ellis was a little bit wild on the exit of coming through Lake Coombe there.
He can be as wild as he wants. He's got the pace. As long as he keeps it on track, he's going to build a gap. And I'm interested to see how much of a gap he can build in these last 5 laps. With those penalties will come into play. He's got to build an extra 3 seconds on top of Tom Malone. Brian Tan grabs 3 seconds. There goes any chance of him finishing this one in P1. Yep. I would suggest that's really just about, and that'll do it. That'll do it. Danny Wong, if you're in chat, you can basically count your chickens now. That'll just about do it. Poor old Brian tried his best tonight, but that is a death in 1,000 cuts. Couple of penalties, couple of spins. Now finds himself back there in P9. So he will not challenge you.
Do have yellows still. We've got another car around. Dale Beveridge is around further back. Picks up the throttle again. You can just see him in front there of Brian Tan. So Tom Malone.
Tom Malone down the inside.
It's a send. Jared Ellis around the outside. There we go. Right to the source.
Oh, he was there, was Momo. He thought about it. He was having a look. He just didn't quite get the traction. Weezy grabs the purple lap. He'll like that. Momo's still interested around the outside of turn 1 here. Doesn't quite get the traction. And now Raj is going to get it. Raj is going to get this done before, and he does well before they tuck into Rouge and Radion. So Momo drops down to P4 there after looking like he might even jump up to P1 coming out of the bus stop. So now Muhammad on his soft tyres gets a chance at Momo. He is enjoying the slipstream all the way down Kemmel here. 4 laps to go, and he's tell you what, it's all happening up there.
But they're still battling. This is going to be a 5-car battle for the lead.
Muhammad's got the best seat in the house here. He's watching all of this unfold in front of him.
And Momo and Muhammad have no penalties. For the moment, Momo and Muhammad Irfan are battling for the lead, for the effective win here.
Oh, around they go!
On.
Oh my goodness!
Gone wide.
With 4 laps to go, it's all Jared's dropped. On 22-lap-old mediums, I'm not sure what caused that, whether it was the tyres or
has
whether
taken P2. Momo
Weezy with the strap. All those donuts he was doing earlier on in the race have absolutely primed his position, and now he's up there in P2 as Weezy. Tell you what, here comes Genie. Joshua Kamali up on the podium at the moment. Hello.
Yeah, Alexander has damage. He's missing the front left-hand end plate of that front wing. So it's all going on here. Tom Malone is just going to try and drive away.
Raj loves an extra pit stop. Raj doesn't need an excuse for an extra pit stop. He will dive into the pits here. So a lot of drivers maybe would have just bit the bullet there and thought, I'll finish this race with track position even with a shitty wing. But no, Raj loves an extra pit stop, so he dives in. Jared Ellis also in the pits now, which leaves this man, Tom Malone, pretty well ensconced in P1. He was battling with Jared, and that was causing him a bit of issues with his pace, but now he's got the chance to stretch his legs. He's clear of Mitchell Weston by over a second, so there's no DRS trouble at the moment with 3 laps to go.
He still needs to gap Mitchell Weston, though, by that 3-second gap. Oh, Mitch Weston has got a 3-second penalty. That's
You've just cursed him. Well, we've got our curse boots on tonight, that's for sure.
Oh,
so, tell you what, Joshua Kamali looking for P2 here just quietly. and he's behind these two. He's only 2.5 seconds down.
Yeah, he needs to make sure he doesn't lose half a second. We've got yellows at sector 1. Jared Ellis is DNF'd. Oh dear.
That's a shame. It is a shame.
The safety car, I don't think we will. I think that'll just be the game removing him. Given there's no one on that side of the circuit now for quite a while.
We've seen stranger things. He is still plonked there.
He's gone.
No,
all right, so we're going to be green flag to the end, I think.
Oh. No, that is a real shame. Jared put on some massive moves tonight, especially he made Lacombe his own tonight, did Jared? So you could call it Le Jared. That was bad. I can do better. Come back to me. I can do better. But no, it was an excellent race for him tonight, so it was a shame to end like that as our 9th DNF of the night.
Yeah.
Still manages to finish inside the top 10, though, so you can't be too upset with that. Tell you what, Wheezy all over the back of Tom Malone here.
Yeah, Tom Malone needs to know that he just needs to stay in the DRS range of Midwestern if he does get overtaken, and he'll still have the effective win here. Josh Kamali is just getting back inside that 3 seconds. He dropped down to 3.2. So Tom Malone here just opens up the door. Oh, Josh Kamali's got 3 seconds himself, so looks like it'll be Mohammed Irfan who'll take P3 at the moment. Brian Tan, and what? Brian Tan loses it and turns across Raj Sandhu.
Now, that could be a safety car.
They are both. Raj is wingless.
Okay, no, carry on. What an action-packed race this has been. It took us about an hour and a half to get through the first half, but this second half is absolutely kicked off. And I'm telling you, it's all because of the dry weather. It's all in the dry weather. When people get their elbows out to start to make moves, it's all happening. Wheezy is leading the race.
Yeah, as I said, that Tom Malone just needs to sit in behind him here. No stress about fuel.
Wheezy drove around on soft tyres for like 6 laps in the pouring rain, and we thought, what a thing.
He's leading this race.
And now he's up there with his... He's done 4 stops. Hey, remember when I said Raj Sandhu plus minus 3 stops? How am I looking for that one?
Yeah,
he's looking nice up there at 4 stops. 5 stops for Dale Beveridge and Brian Tan. More stops than a stop factory. That is a very sick-looking McLaren.
I mean,
that
Brian
is a
Tan
very...
and Raj will both do, I think. I think they're both going to do another stop. At least Raj will do 5. Is Brian Tan going to do another one? He seems to be okay damage-wise. He might keep going. Tom Malone here just sitting behind Mitch Weston. Got 2 laps to go.
An ultimate lap here, and Wheezy, as I said, driving around in the rain for no reason with soft tyres on. We thought, what a peanut. Here he is, currently in P1. Tom Malone's got the DRS here. Is he going to go up the inside? He does. He goes very hard up the inside there and gets on the yank as well. Never looked like he was out of control of that move, so Tom Malone takes the lead back.
Yeah, 19 laps younger on those tyres and a full compound difference. So it's been a great drive here from Tom Malone to hold on to P1. I mean, he did get lucky there with all the seas parting behind him.
Can we just have a quick look at the penalty situation again? Because I think Tom Malone and Wheezy are on 6 seconds, aren't they? If I'm not mistaken.
Mitch Weston's on 9 and Tom Malone's on 3.
Okay, all right. So I was going to say, Joshua's only 2 seconds behind. Nah, he's got 9 seconds. I thought he was on 3. So I got my 3 and my 9 backwards. So that does mean that Tom Malone's sitting pretty comfortably up there. And I thought Joshua might be on for a podium. I actually thought he might be on for the race win, thinking he had 3 seconds. Is Wheezy going to have another crack here?
I'll tell you what, though, I'm doing the maths in my head, and I think Mohammed Irfan might take P2 here.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, he's only 5 seconds shy.
Well, he's only 5 seconds shy of Josh Kamali, who's, you know, I think if you do the math, that works out to be
P2.
Just under 8 seconds. So Mitch Weston here needs to try and get past Tom Malone and gap him by some margin.
He's got the tyre difference, but Tom Malone not letting him have it as we enter the final lap.
Off tier 2.
A full hour and 50 minutes later, if you don't mind. We're sitting in the booth here nice and pretty in our comfortable jammies and no pants and stuff. These guys have been sweating it out for an hour and 50, so hats off to them. They're doing all the hard work. We're just getting back enjoying it. And with the DRS, Wheezy gets it done. So has he big-brained it and allowed Tom through on the last lap, knowing that he's got DRS for one final crack at it? And now, with his soft tyres, can he pull a little advantage here through the middle of the sector, where grip is more important than top speed? Has he big-brained this? And as you said, can he pull enough gap that he can maybe hold on to a podium from Mohammed Afan? Don't know if he's got that in him. He's got to pull out another 3 or 4 seconds here. And Mohammed Afan sitting in a gap, so not battling anyone. He will come across the line pretty comfortably. But Wheezy, on track at least, after binning it multiple times, not quite getting the tyres. Well, we thought he didn't get it right. Here he is in P1. Get across the line in P1.
Yeah, he's only going to finish 4th, though, I think. Or maybe still finish 3rd.
I'll tell you what else I'm seeing. Our man Dan Hunter in chat's got the insider info on T1. It looks like it's going to be full wet there too.
In qualifying. I think they've just started qualifying, so when we hit lap 40 in this race. So as soon as this race finishes, which Mitch Weston is going to cross the line in P1. Tom Malone will take the win though. Josh Kamali, he'll cross in P3. Mohammed Irfan will overtake him there. Mohammed Irfan takes P2.
Great effort.
Mitch Weston, P3. Josh Kamali, P4. We're on board here with Momo, who was on those soft tyres early on, or on a set of soft tyres early on, and was really charging his way back through the field. He finishes P5. Dale Beveridge here in front of Joe Williams. Joe Williams had a little bit of a spin at the last safety car restart. So that'll be 6th and 7th. Brian Tan, valiant effort from him. He's just coming up to the bus stop chicane now. He'll take P2 in the championship after a race that he would have wanted to restart, use the rewind function and just start again and try and charge for that P1. But he comes home P2. And Raj, the man with multiple pit stops, the man who loves an ultimate strategy, JC, coming through blind spot now. He's going to take home P9 to be the last of our finishes.
Unlucky for Raj, he was bloody on. He led this race for most of the first half, so clearly had the pace in the wet. But once the weather turned into dry, it just sort of went backwards through the field a little bit. So unlucky for Raj, but he was looking very nice up there for the first half while it was raining. But bugger me, what an eventful friggin' Tier 2 that was.
Very eventful. Mohammed Irfan takes home driver of the day. Did he finish? He did. He did. He finished home P2. It's hard to pick who finished when there were 10 DNFs. But congratulations to Grid Jokes, Danny Wong.
Nice work, Danny Wong.
P1 in Tier 2 in the championship. There's our 10 classified finishes, or 9 classified finishes, and then 10 that are sadly not finished after multiple safety cars. Yeah, not quite as finished. They're still lying on flatbed somewhere. We are going to go straight. Race. Yep. We're going to go straight away to Tier 1. Their qualifying has started. That was a longer race than we were expecting. But I can't wait, JC. Lots to play out. We'll get Deckers to tell us exactly what's going on. But whilst we wait, we might take a quick 2-minute break. So us commentators can go and have a quick little bathroom break.
Sounds good to me.
We'll be back shortly.
All right, well, I'm back. I'm ready to get underway here in Tier 1. I'm liking the look of this wet qualifying. Just hiding away in there. That's a very wet track. That might even be full wets for qualifying. Looks like both McLarens currently holding the first two positions. Mitch Weatherburn, good to see him out there after missing last week. Nathan Monk's doing very nice up there. And I'll tell you what, Ben Curtis doing very nice up there in P6. Enjoying the wet. Obviously still a while to go here in qualifying. Milky Bars. I know I'm not allowed to eat on stream, but Milky Bars are the best. Get around them. I am a Milky Bar kid. Here's Dimitri Forrester. Currently in a battle for P1 in this championship with Zachary James, who's up there in P3 at the moment. So this is where we'll have our eyes squared all night long. This battle between Dimitri and Zachary James. No gold. Here he is. It is very wet out there. He's got inters on though, so it's not as wet as it could be. I don't think it's going to be a dry race, so hopefully we get through the first half of the race a little quicker than we did Tier 2. Oh, letting someone through there, so not sure if he's on a... Well, he's definitely not on a hot lap. Takes a nice wide line through bus stop there, so this will be his lap here. He was letting Smithy through there, who goes quickest. 1:53.9. Currently 3/10 clear of Hong Yi. Absolutely loves the wet, does Gold. Usually very handy in the moist weather, both in ACC and in F1. So he won't mind this at all. Ben Curtis doing very nicely up here in P7 at the moment. There's a lot of time left in this track, though. As you can see, there's a bit of a gap there between P1 and P7. So there's a lot of time to find, but it's not like he's going slowly at all. There's a couple of fast boys back there. Alex Bowe and Jaden Chia are all high up in the standings at the moment and not being able to match the pace of Zachary Smith with that 53.9, which is looking really impressive as you look down the table. Connor Kingston here. Good to see him turn up tonight. I think he missed last week, and he said he was going to have to miss this week with some things that he was having to do in his life. So good to see him here on track tonight. Here we'll be here to celebrate Mercedes' overall constructors win. They've got that one tied up and in the bag already. It would take a flipping miracle for AlphaTauri to come back and pinch it, especially with the results already having occurred in Tier 2 with Tom Malone finishing nicely up there. So Mercedes well clear in the constructors overall. AlphaTauri behind them in P2, and McLaren doing very nicely, especially in Tier 1 this season. Dimitri and Hong Yi picking up a couple of 1-2 finishes and carrying the flag for McLaren in P3. Are they in the constructors? So 2 minutes to go here in this one. There is Ethan Small on the wets. Gerald Chu also on the wets, currently in the pits. Nick Randall must have joined late. He's not qualifying, or he might have DNF'd, not sure. Jared Ellis recovering from his Tier 2 race. He's going to fill in for us here as well. Not allowed to qualify, obviously. And the same with Momo, coming over and joining us from Tier 2. Imagine that, backing up a 100% race with another 100% race. These boys just can't get enough. Great work to Jared and Momo coming into Tier 1 here. Yeah, Mitch Weatherburn here. Good to see him back on track after missing last week. Looking very stylish in that Alpha Tauri. Still the best livery on track. Dimitri Forrester, 53.4, half a second clear of the next best time, if you don't mind. Dimitri looking very quick. Have to see what Mitch Weatherburn can pull out here. I missed the second time, so I'm not sure whether he's up or down on his previous, but we'll be looking to improve. Surely not by 2 seconds, I wouldn't think, but let's see how he goes here as he crosses the line and moves up to P4 with a 54.2. Very nice lap there from Mitch. And he would have thought he was doing really well. He's still 8/10 off Dimitri, so that shows you how quick Dimitri's going. It's a very fast McLaren. Welcome back. It is treacherous conditions. There's a couple out there on wets, including Gerald and Ethan, so they think it is wet enough. So
Zach Smith goes fastest, 53.1.
Yeah, times are improving as they start to find their way, find their feet on this wet track. The times are tumbling, but they're out of time now, so these will be their last lap. Zachary Smith, provisional pole with that 53.1. See if anyone else can. It's not going to be Dimitri Forrester. He's going very slowly, so he will be happy with his P2 at the moment. Hong Yi's flying. He goes straight past Dimitri. So he's on a lap.
Jumped up to P5.
Yeah, nice lap from Jaden.
Connor Kingston here coming up to Huon.
He's a 10th up at the moment, but he's going to need a lot more than the 10th to make a dent in that leaderboard.
Yep. Looks like he's not wearing a helmet. He is not wearing a helmet.
That's exactly what it looks like.
Everything tonight. Just seeing a balaclava on the man.
He's got nothing but a fireproof sock on his head. He's not even wearing a helmet. How about that? It's forgotten. I've never seen that. I have literally never seen that. That is amazing. I'm glad you spotted that. I wouldn't have spotted that. How about that? Go, sock boy. Oh, I was too busy looking at his sock and I didn't see what his last sec time was, so I don't know how far up he is, but let's see if he can move up anywhere near that top 10. It's going to need a fairly large chunk.
54.5, so
it does.
Up into
Nice
10th
one.
Place.
Grabbed a whole second out of the guys in front of him.
Wet quality will be a guaranteed free tyre choice. Kyle Jackson here, I think he might be the last. I know he's finished his lap, so we're looking for Zach James. He's the last one. He's just about to cross the line. Can he take P1? He jumps up to P3, I think I saw. So that will be quali run and done. It will be Zach Smith with pole position.
Yeah, blinding lap there from Smithy. You can see the gap there between the top 4 and the rest of the field, though. That's the guys who have got their wet setups dialed in and they've got practice. And then everyone below them just sort of doing their best, because that is a massive gap between Zach Smith, Dimitri Forrester, Zachary James and Hong Yi to the rest of the field. Nice work to the top 4 there. And as you said, free tyre choice now. That's going to throw a real spanner in the engineer works.
Yeah. Kojaki just saying that he got default set. So Zach Smith on pole, Dimitri Forrester in P2, Zach James P3, Hong Yi, Mitch Weatherburn, Jaden Chia, Nathan Monks, Alex Bone, Kyle Jackson and Connor Kingston. That's your 10. And then we've got Kenneth Ang, Wana Feek, Robert Wenzel, Ben Curtis, and everyone else. Sorry to those who qualified 15th or lower. There'll only be 3 cars there that we can call out anyway.
Well, they're mostly going to be Momo and Jared Ellis, who are backing up after Tier 2. They've jumped in here for another 100% race. So, as I was saying, those boys just can't get enough of F1. They want some more.
Yep.
Hello, Tom Malone. Nice work tonight from you. Wheezy's in chat. Nice work from you. What an interesting race Tier 2 was. Look forward to watching that one back. Probably skipped the first half. Plenty of safety cars and wet weather hanging around there. Not a lot happening, but Jesus, did it kick off in the second half. And Tom Malone and Mitchell Weston very much involved in those proceedings. So, yeah, look forward to watching that one back.
Yep. I just thought I'd give you an update. Connor is in chat, but Connor wasn't available to race last week. Just getting his PC dialed in. Just getting some new parts. So good to see him here this week. Good to see him running tonight. But yeah, we'll get Deckers to give us an update on what we're looking at for the championship in Tier 1. But Zach James leads.
And it leads by, 16 points?
Something like that.
With a total of 50 up for grabs. I think you can get 55 as a maximum, so it's pretty wide open at the top between Zachary James and Dimitri Forrester. You couldn't ask for anything better coming into this last round.
Tom Malone saying his pants turned to brown when he literally saw everyone box for softs at the end and he didn't. Well, good job, Tommy, bringing home P1 in the last race for Tier 2 for the series. But we are getting ready for a start here at Spa for Tier 1, the prestigious OR Tier 1. JC, I'm going to give you this start, I think.
I've been looking forward to this one. This is the one. I can't wait for this battle. Zachary James, Dimitri Forrester, right down to the wire. They've got Hong Yi, Zachary Smith, and Mitch Weatherburn behind them in 3, 4, and 5, and they're sort of having their own little battle as well. Alex Bowen right there as well. So the top 6 in this championship, all so close after 12 rounds. 12 rounds? Yeah, this is the 12th round. So after 11 rounds, but coming into the 12th, for that top 6 to be that close blows my mind. So very much looking forward to how this one plays out. I am very glad they've all got a fresh set of new tyres here at the start. So they get free choice. I'm going to see the strategies come out, the medium starters, the soft starters. And I'm glad that it's a dry race. I want to see these guys battle. I want to see them 2 wide. I want to see them 3 wide. 3 wide? What do you reckon? 3 wide? Rouge, ready on? Lap 1? Let's get it done. Let's make it happen.
No, I don't know. So Decker's saying that Zach James can't score less than 22 points. So with no fastest lap, can't finish lower than 8th, I think. Maybe. That might be not quite right. But in and around the mid top 10 will be his goal. If he can't win the race, then he needs to be around there. Dimitri Forrester has to win the race, though. If that happens, for any chance of him winning the championship. So Dimitri Forrester will go for it, I'm sure. But it's not as simple as we had for Bryce Saltz, where he just had to win the race, had to go for it. It's a little more complex than that. So we'll make sure that Deckers is standing by, if he can,
Franco!
to give us the live updates.
Hello, Franco. Hello, Impulse. He's in here supporting our goal tonight. He wants to see 142s on mediums in the race pace. I tell you what, at the start of the race, you're probably asking for a fair bit there. But towards the end of the race, assuming it stays dry, which we think it will, wouldn't be surprised to see some 42s coming out in race pace, that's for sure. But yeah, very much looking forward to watching these guys barrel down into turn 1. And this first lap in particular will be very spicy. And I am very much looking forward to seeing what tyres they've come out on. We don't get that information just yet, but once this top clock ticks down, we get those 5 red lights and we get the leaderboard up, we'll know. Here it comes. Here it comes, ladies. Round 12. We're in Belgium. Here we go. The battle comes down between Dimitri and Zachary James, but it'll be Smithy who leads them away into turn 1 with a great start. And Zachary manages to pinch, and Dimitri's dropped back through the field. Oh, it touches! Oh, no way! Dimitri's involved! Oh, I hope Dimitri was not too involved. He is. He's dropping back through the field. Oh, no. What a start. What a kickoff. Is that not a safety car? There was 5 cars plastered across the track. Wow. How is that not a... Anyway, play on. So, Hong Yi is going to be P2 down into our first adventure into Lacombe. He's under all sorts of pressure from Jade Chair and Nathan Monks. Alex Bowen right there behind him. Kyle Jackson with the best view. He's right in amongst it. Zachary Smith led them down into turn 1 pretty comfortably And then as they got around turn 2, it all kicked off. Mitch Weatherburn involved. Oh, Gold involved. Oh, Gold is dead last. Dimitri Forrester is down to P8. Whoa. Wowee. I know we've still got 44 laps to go. That has thrown a massive spanner in the works of this championship. Throw the abacus out. You're going to need Excel spreadsheet. Momo's packed it in early. That's fair enough. Look, he just did 100% race in Tier 2, so fair enough that he said, bugger that. And that is a VSC. Whoa, take a breath, chat. Goodness me, get your bloody hat back on. Pull your socks up. What a start that was. Implications. Scenes. O-Gold is dead last.
Dimitri is P8.
O-Gold leading the championship at the moment, having finished in the top 10 at every single race this season. Dimitri Forrester behind him in P2, having finished in the top 10 in every single race this season, bar one. I believe it was Australia where both McLarens had a bit of a DNF. But that's extremely consistent performances from both Zachary James and Dimitri Forrester, which is why they are leading our championship and why they are battling for the trophy tonight. But what a start that is for them to be thrown back through the field. So the VSC leaves us. We are back under green flag racing through Eau Rouge and Radillon for the first time in earnest. And those guys back there in the pits are Jared Ellis, Mitch Weatherburn, Jerry Chu, Zachary James is one of them, and Juan Afik is the other. So there's a handful that had to pit with some damage as they file their way through Lacombe and down to Brussels. Oh, still getting my head around that start and what that has done to this championship. So this is Connor Kingston following around Dimitri Forrester. It's Connor Kingston's teammate Zachary James down there in P19. He's got a long way to come back, but he's done that already this season. I can't quite remember where he almost did a last to first challenge. Was it maybe Silverstone? I can't remember. He definitely did it. So he's capable, and with 44 laps ahead of him, he's got plenty of time. But that's a long way to come back for Zachary James.
I think at the moment where they are, it's 15 points difference between the two, excluding fastest laps, which I don't think either will hold. So it's very, very interesting to see how the rest of this race plays out. But I think at the moment, Zach James would hold on to the championship. But we are only, what's that, an 11th or a 22nd of the way through the race.
We're going to start to spin in some purples now. We'll see these drop over the next couple of laps, but Kyle manages to sneak in the hottest. 149 up there in P6. So now DRS opens, we'll start to see these elbows really come out now. Absolutely pinned through Eau Rouge and Radillon, and now the DRS opens. So Hong Yi hasn't got DRS on Zachary Smith there, so he's going to get swallowed up down here into Lacombe. Jake Chia and Nathan Monks both making it past. And then back here, we've got Connor Kingston. Connor Kingston losing control and getting all stuck into the side of, I think it was Nick Randall there, or... Yeah, I think it was Nick Randall, which let Suma and Ethan Small through. Connor doing well, keeping it out of the wall, so he will continue on. Not sure whether he had any damage from that, but yeah, he just got a little crossed up coming out of turn 7 and 8 there. Jaden Chair and Nathan Marks doing very nicely up here in P2 and P3, looking to chase down last year's champ, Zachary Smith. And Kyle Jackson here currently holding the purple lap, but as I said, we'll see that tumble down this lap. I would assume Zachary punches in a purple. And then we'll have to see how many of those behind have managed to shorten the gap to Zachary. Dimitri grabbing the first 3-second penalty of the night for track cuts. 3 track cuts equals 3 seconds worth of penalties. Is it 3 or 4? It might be 4 track cuts. ACC's 4 track cuts. Now I'm confusing myself. I'm probably overthinking it. Grabs 3 seconds. So it is Smithy who goes purple, but Jaden caught him on that lap. And he goes quicker again. So Jaden clearly got the pace in that car. but still not able to close enough gap to be within a second of Zachary Smith and gain advantage of DRS. So I would think Nathan Monks and Hong Yi as well, Hong Yi we're on board with here, they are going to swallow up Jaden Cheer up the Kemmel Straight here because he's got no DRS. He's going to be out there hunting for nothing. So here comes Nathan and just enjoying both the slipstream and the DRS, and gets it mostly done before he gets in there. He has to send it, and Jaden Chen defended well. So Jaden holds on to P2 even without the advantage of DRS. That's great work. Thank you, chat, for very warmly letting me know that it is 3 track cuts. Appreciate your work. That's why you're MVP every week. I'm just here to call it as I see it.
So Deck is telling it exactly what it needs. It's P3 and the fastest lap is what Dimitri needs to take the championship with the drop round in effect. Zach James at the moment would drop this round.
Of course, the drop round coming in, your worst round of the season, excluding DNS. I did not start. You drop that round and get the rest of the points. So yeah, Zachary's been very consistent this season. He has not scored less than 22 points all season long, has Zachary James. That's how consistent he has been. He's been right up the pointy end all season long. Zachary Smith waltzing away with this one now. He's got 2 seconds on Jaden Cheer. And Jaden Cheer is really, really being pressured by Nathan Monks now. He's a lot closer than he was last lap. And we saw him bridge a very significant gap. I think it was about 7/10 when they hit the DRS line. So now he's only a 10th behind. You would expect him to get this done. The Alpine on the Williams.
We've got yellows. It is Juan Afik who's around at Blanchimont.
Nathan Monks pretty conventionally getting that one done. Hong Yi now closes up to the back of Jaden Cheer. And Alex Bowen and Kyle Jackson not far behind him. They are running really close up there in the top 6.
It's a 5-car battle for P2 at the moment, all within DRS range. The only other battle going on is for 14th, really. Robert Wenzel has dropped spots. Just absolutely plummeted back 2 spots as well. I was talking about it. So Mitch Weatherburn and Connor Kingston and Rob and Suma there. That's the other battle really with DRS involved on this lap 6 of the race.
Yeah, they both completed. Both on brand spanking new mediums. So we'll see how they start to warm up. Whether that battle carries on. They've got a long way to go to catch up to Mitch Weatherburn, that's for sure. So between them,
up 3 seconds. Kyle Jackson here, right up behind Hong Yi. So Jaden Cheer got a 3-second penalty. He's dropped back out of DRS range from Nathan Monks. He's a little bit of defensive driving now. Kyle Jackson right up behind this slot. On the soft tyres, so hoping to use a little bit of the grip. He bangs Nathan Monks
flying.
46.7. So he's hoping to range back up onto the back of Zach Smith, who might just be sort of looking after his softs, trying to get a little bit of distance out of them because there's no rain in the way. So
maybe, but he's going to have to stop protecting him soon because Nathan Monks is not only caught up to Zachary Smith, he's gapped Jaden Cheer by about 1.5 seconds. So he'll be under no pressure, will Nathan Monks be, from behind. And now he'll be, as I said, looking to, he's under 1 second to Zachary Smith now.
Gerald Chu is out of this race. We have a full safety car.
Oh, and Hong Yi just went around the outside, well, sorry, down the inside of Jaden Cheer. I wonder if that happened before or after the safety car was called. So that'll be interesting to see whether the game asks him to hand it back. The game knows, Codemasters will say, hey, hey, and they'll ask him to give it back. And it doesn't look like he is, so he might have just got it done before the safety car was called. But it is indeed our first safety car of the night.
I wonder if the soft runners are going to box here. It's early to box though to run those mediums for another 38 laps or so. So it is an early stop. I wouldn't expect they would. I expect they'll stay out. Those on the mediums, it's going to be interesting to see what tyres they choose towards the end of this race as well when they have to stop. Franco's saying it's an early pit for the mediums but can work. So how much do they risk it? Those on the medium tyres will be quick towards the end as well. So Hong Yi here might be in a box seat being on those prime tyres.
Tell you what, Smithy's in a very good spot here. I'll take you back to Canada in round 6, where he started on pole for that race. He might be a smoky here tonight. Consistency over the long events is pretty much a specialty for him, as obviously demonstrated in ACC. He's good over the 12-hour events, and he was on for a win at Canada. He had a little disconnect towards the end, which sort of ruined his chances there, but he managed to hang on to P2, but he's clearly got the pace over those longer events. So I say Smithy's a smoky. That's not really calling it a smoky if it's Smithy, because he's, as I said, last year's champion. He's well and truly across it, but just hasn't quite got it together this season, unfortunately, has Smithy.
And those top 5.
On tonight.
Top 5 or 4 of those soft runners are all boxed onto the mediums. Nick Grandel and Ethan Small, they're still out there on their soft tyres. Jared Ellis, he's also on soft tyres, about 3 laps old, so maybe he's going for the soft, medium sort of strategy, hoping for another safety car. So Zach Smith pops out in P6. Nathan Monk's tucked up nicely behind him. Jaden Cheer just there as well. And Kyle Jackson. They'll stop onto those medium tyres. Kenneth Ang and Ben Curtis, Diabols, they're also on fresh softs. Jerome Pass, he's onto fresh mediums. And Wana Feek is just freshly out of the pits. So I think we're going to see another lap after this one under safety car. Hong Yi over Alex Bone and Dimitri Forrester, that's the top 3. Dimitri Forrester at the moment is sitting there in the spot he needs to be, but needs the fastest lap. Does get 2 points for quality for qualifying in P2. So it's 2 laps for a fastest point as well. It will be very close here. If things stay as they are, but you'd expect Zach James here to be making some moves forward. You'd expect Connor Kingston to step aside for him early on, or be able to give him some DRS to range back up after the restart. Wana Feek picks up a 3-second time penalty for cutting, so that must have been on the exit of Leiku. So we'll see another lap on a safety car here. So those on the mediums are in a good spot. Those who have 6-lap mediums, which they're only the top 3, they still have to stop again. Dimitri Forrester does have a 3-second time penalty. Barbecue Bun in chat asking a question: what does the comms/broadcast team expect from the next gen F1 game? Well, we did raise it earlier. We're expecting, the rumours are that VR support is coming, and there's another edition of some supercars, which we don't know what that means. It doesn't seem to be supercars as in the Australian Touring Car Series. So I expect that to just be some, some hypercars from maybe each of the manufacturers, Aston Martin Valkyrie and AMG 1 and maybe a LaFerrari.
Almost like a
that.
Forza Horizon type setup where they turn up in these, Daniel Ricciardo might turn up in a McLaren, not an F1 car, but like a Senna.
720S.
Yeah.
Senna, yeah.
It just rocks up to the event, and then they get it. You might be able to race your supercar. It seems a bit gimmicky to me.
It does. I feel like if you're gonna. Yeah, I feel like I've seen some tweets about that becoming more of a little bit more of a Forza or a Forza Motorsport or a Gran Turismo type thing.
Yeah, like you can dress yourself up with wrist watches and sunglasses and stuff. It's just asking for. Yeah, it seems a bit icky to me. Rather they work on the fucking problems they've already got, fix those first until they bring in bloody sunglasses and shit.
Yeah, it's EA money hunting, I think.
Yeah, microtransactions, good point.
Yeah. They couldn't really make much of the podium pass in this game with them purchasing Codemasters so late in the piece, but having control over the whole development of the next F1 game. make it interesting. I'm sure Mull will be
If they
very
pour
happy
the money
to
in
see.
and they get it right, and they make the broadcast tools a little bit better, and they give us a
Yep.
chance to instant replay stuff, and if they make the driving experience a little bit better, the force feedback a little bit better, and if they bring in VR, which they have said that they potentially will do, that's a game changer. So a lot of people have been asking that for a long time. Ben Curtis, currently in P12, he's a massive, massive, avid fan of the VR and doesnly get to use it here. And Tom Riley, our main man, absolutely forgot about that. Oh, man, good call. So there'll be plenty of happy campers if the VR does come in, but yeah, they've got a lot of other things they need to get right too. And if they don't worry about those things and they start bringing in bloody dogs in your handbag type stuff, then they'll count me out for next year. Well, I think the safety car's coming in this lap, so we will resume.
Nick Brandell and Ethan Smalling, good spot for the early start with those soft tyres, but Hong Yi's going to lead us away. Looks like he's gone early. Gets a really good job.
Rocket ship. See you later.
I think everyone's really missed out there, apart from Connor Kingston and Jerome Pass have overlapped. I don't know whether that's before.
It was a freaking long safety car. I just thought everyone fell asleep during the safety car. And other than Hong Yi, you just went bang.
We've got yellows in sector one.
Please, no yellows already.
Else is around.
There's a couple of old back there. They're all starting to sort themselves out now. I think Owen Gold might have been involved in it. Jared Ellis is last in the pack. He was definitely involved. No safety car, so they carry on. That's what we want to see. So now we get Smithy, the leader of the guys who've pitted. He's currently up there in P6. Could say provisionally P1, but he's got work to do on these boys here. Ethan Ball not quite getting it done. Oh, he is going to send it. I tell you what, he's got the grip too on those new mediums. So they will continue the battle down to no name. No, they won't. Smithy gets it done.
Small just gives up the ghost there. Decides just tucking behind. And he's trying to save those softs for as long as he can. Hopefully for another safety car. And might be able to use his mediums later on a little bit more. Connor Kingston picks up 3 seconds there. He's let his teammate past. So Zach James looking at P14 at the moment. Just doing what he needs to do to try and save this championship after the events of lap 1. Hopefully you might see, if you're in the Discord, you might be able to see some chats afterwards about what happened there. But yeah, they are saying that we want to do a bigger focus on the team and teammates. That's one of the real crux of F1. Is having a teammate and engineers and all that sort of thing. So keep watching this space. If you're not on the Discord, it's discord.gg/Octane Online Racing. Type that into your browser, or I'm sure the OR bot will drop a link in there. You'll be able to join the Discord as we move forward through 2022. Lots happening in OR moving forward.
Nathan Monks has got a run here, even before they open up the DRS, which isn't open yet. He got a great run out of Eau Rouge Rayon and did that pretty easily on Ethan Small. And Zachary James looking to get one done on Jeroen Pass here. Jeroen battling him, but with the pace, Zachary James sneaks on by. Connor already dropping off the back of his teammate. Now a full second and a half behind and now under pressure from Wanafik. Wanafik looking nice and tidy there. Connor missing the apex of no name a little bit. Invites Wanafik up into Puon.
So 2.3 back to Alex Bone.
He's looking very sharp.
Right inside the DRS, but it's an 9-car DRS train there. So we're right in the middle of this with Zach Smith, who's trying to charge his way forward. He's getting good ground gain on Nick Randell in the Haas. Will break a lot later. Use his own pace. But DRS this time by. But yellows at sector 3. It looks like it's Wanafik who's around at Blanchemont. So hopefully there was no contact
still moving
involving there, but yeah, still moving. So we're not going to get yellow.
Dimitri Forrester sitting very nicely up here in P3 now after that turn 1, lap 1 incident. Doing very nicely. He's well clear of Ogold, and at this point you would suggest looking very sharp for the championship trophy. But Ogold steadily working his way through the field, currently in P13. And a long way to go in this one yet, so anything can happen. Tell you what, I'm loving seeing Nick Brandell up here in P4. I don't care what tyres he's on, he's looking very nice. In the Haas. But he's got Smithy breathing on him now. And Smithy will want to make those places up. He'll want to win this race for sure. Will Smithy wants to win every bloody race, but this one especially, as I said, those endurance races really seeming to suit him, where his consistency can shine. All yellows.
Looks like it's Haas that's around. It's looks to be Nick Randell.
God damn it. He was looking really good, was Nick Randell. That wasn't a curse. He was off screen when it happened. Surely that doesn't count. He was looking really good, was Nick Randell. Anyway, into the pits he'll go. He'll get those boots off, that's for sure.
We got Dimitri Forrester ranging right up on the back of Alex Bone here. The DRS up this straight. Won't look for the move here. We'll hopefully just try and gain some time under brakes. Sit in behind him.
Nice.
More yellows. Jared Ellis, I think, is around at the exit of the flip-flop campus section.
Wait, what are you calling it? Flip-flop? The one behind, the one before Stavalo. I've been calling it campus. Is it actually called flip-flop? That's amazing.
I don't know. I just call it flip-flop because that's what I do with my wheel. I flip it one way and flip it the other.
Cool. All right. I like it. I'll probably still roll with campus, but yeah, I heard you say flip-flop before, but that's pretty Aussie. I like it.
I was going to call it anything, a bit of thong section.
Who else going to curse
like
off
a
the road
section.
here? Tell you what, look at Ethan Small here. He's up 10 positions. And he's still rolling around on these soft tyres. He's loving life up here as Ethan Small, doing very nicely. Got himself a little penalty, but that's okay. 11-lap-old softs. He'll be looking to get off them soon, but he will do so by choice. He won't do it because he's spun and burnt them to shit. He's looking very nice and tidy around sector 2 here. A lot of pace through Pouon. But yeah, as we said before, Dimitri looking very nice up here in P3 at the moment. Although when we spoke, Zachary James was P13, so he's grabbed one more and he's up there in P12.
5 seconds at the back of Mitch Weatherburn though, because that's a fairly decent DRS train now from Alex Bone. Ben Curtis just outside DRS, but from Alex Bone all the way down to Mitch Weatherburn, they're all just there or thereabouts within a second of each other. We've got another yellow here for Suma, who's around
Suma!
bottom part of the circuit. He's moving again, so those yellows will disappear in a second. Seems to be a lot of drivers just having trouble on the exit of corners. Doesn't seem to be any contact involving in their spins or loss of grip. As iRacing would call it, loss of control, 2x. Maxi's going, what the fuck do you mean?
Nah, not even particularly, really. I sort of get it. Okay, yeah, as I said, I'm looking forward to it. If the iRacing starts to kick off, I'll get right behind that. That's for sure. I'll commentate that. I'm just all about racing. I like watching cars go around, so I don't care how they do it.
Another reason to get in the Discord. Here we go. Jaden Chair looking for a move on Mitch Weatherburn here.
Go and get the Discord. Great call. Jaden Chair. Oh, that's close. They're still close. They couldn't be closer. Into no name. Oh, they're still side by side. Look at them go. This is a great battle. Using the drain. We've seen that already tonight. We've seen that drain come in really handy. But Mitch manages to hold on to it down there through Pouon. And he'll probably get it done through the middle sector. But that's a great side-by-side battle there between Mitch Weatherburn and Jane Chia.
The longer this battle goes on, the closer Zach James can range up to this slot. Zach James banging in some really solid laps there on 10-lap-old mediums. Of course, Mitch Weatherburn was one of the cars involved that was stopped with Zach James facing 90 degrees to the track over the pit exit. Source on lap 1, contact with Dimitri Forrester, turned Zach James across the nose of the McLaren. You see Zach Smith going up the inside, Going to have to defend from Nathan Monk's behind him.
All sorts of wheel spin coming out of there too, so tyres getting a little screech on their way through.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're not wrong. Nathan Monks was very interested there, wasn't he?
Yeah. Yeah. Zach Smith here though, he's on the 7 pressure mediums. Right up behind Dimitri Forrester here. Less than a 10th in it now. Going to get this move done probably before DRS. Dimitri Forrester, I don't think had DRS in the car in front. No, he did. So just tucks back in behind. He's going to try and use the extra bit of slipstream, but can't get past Zach Smith. So Zach Smith takes P3 over Dimitri Forrester. Smith now going to push to try and catch up to Alex Bone. Does still have DRS. Alex Bone picks up 3 seconds. Alex Bone pushing hard too. So Zach Smith certainly in the box seat here with these cars in front and on the older mediums. You see Dimitri Forrester using the iRacing line there.
So Franco was saying that Jim's mowing approves, but you can see there's actually a drain down there, so he's not mowing any grass. We've seen a couple of cars do that already tonight in Tier 2, and obviously the Tier 1 guys have got the memo as well. There's a bit of a drain or something that happens out the end of No Name there, and they are using it to full effect, stretching their legs right out there and apparently losing no pace. So that's why they're out there.
Zach Smith just not quite close enough. Don't know if he's going to be able to stay within the DRS detection zone. He's just dropped outside of it, so he's going to get close enough. He's not going to have DRS this time up the start-finish straight. Does gain back about a 10th under brakes. A little bit more through the second apex of the chicane. Loses it again. So Suma picks up 3 seconds for multiple warnings. Another car around. I think it might be Jared Ellis once again.
Poor old Jared's having a shocking race. He really is. He was really well driven in Tier 2. He was having a cracker. Some of the overtakes he was getting done in the Lacombe, absolutely hats off to him. But yeah, not quite working out for him here in this second race, which is fair enough. The poor bastard's probably got sore legs and whatnot, so understandable. So what, that's Nathan Monks there around the outside of Dimitri Forrester, I think.
Oh,
He's going to have a crack at it. Yes, he is. He's still got work to do, though. He had to compromise his line and then...
Still hangs around the outside. The outside, though, stays
down at the Brussels, they're still side by side. There's not a lot of grip on the outside of Brussels there, so I would expect Dimitri to sort of get this kind of finished up between now and he does not get it done. Nathan Monks, boy, down in a No Name. After getting no pace through Brussels, just managed to pull out the traction at the end and sent it down the inside of Dimitri. So another excellent battle there through Lacombe and Brussels. We've seen a couple of those already tonight from different drivers. That's another one. Side by side, great respect shown, no touches, no collisions, play on. Excellent stuff.
Zach Smith's going to look for the move probably in the chicane or into the source. It's right up behind him. We've got more yellows. The drone passes around. It is still moving though. Go back to this battle here. You can see Zach Smith gets past Alex Bone. Round the outside of Blanchimont, if you don't mind. Alex Bone is going to go fight back. He's going to stay around the outside. Turns to the inside for this corner. Zach Smith just gets a really nice straight exit. Able to use that bit of exit speed. Has to tuck back in behind with DRS though for Alex Bone. But Zach Smith will sit in behind here as they come down to the second DRS detection point. He has to be careful to Alex's teammate Nathan Monks behind him.
Yeah, this has invited Nathan in, who we watched get a move done on Dimitri into Lacombe and Brussels on the last lap.
And right on him here. 10th of a second away, gets the DRS. Alex Bone sits in the middle of the track, has to invite Zach Smith to go around the outside. Alex is going to try and outbrake him. Zach Smith outbrakes himself, maybe a little bit.
Smithy went deep, yeah. Bowen flats back.
Smithy's going to try and hang it around the outside. Going to have to try and hang around the outside here, or Brussels or Ravage, whichever one you want to call it. Does hang it around the outside, still stays up the inside. He's going to have the inside line for No Name. This is great racing.
Waiting patiently. Oh, a little bit of an overspeed.
Picks up the throttle a bit early, so has to tuck in behind.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, has to be careful now for Dimitri Forrester in behind as well. So Zach Smith has to do it all over again. Another yellow on track for Jared Ellis, who is DNF.
He's DNF now. He's had enough. Fair enough.
He's on the pit straight. We might. Are we going to see a safety car for that?
No, he hit the
don't know. It's yellow on track though.
He's
So
stopped, isn't he? Now we've
still
seen
moving.
this game has the same bloody yellow flag in the pit lane bug that ACC has. So I think that is what that is. I would suggest he's in the pit lane, crawling back, and eventually he will disappear and we'll be green flagging again through there.
I don't know.
But these guys are coming up to it now. Yeah, but it says that he's DNF'd. If he's DNF'd on the timing board, then it's AI under control, and I'd say he's in the pit lane. I hope that's the case, because these guys are coming up to him now.
It's a pull out for...
Touch on the bump. Hello. Smithy getting up there, saying hello. Jared has disappeared off the track, so that yellow flag is not cleared. Okay, now it's cleared. Goodness me. Anyway, carry on.
Interesting what's going on there, but...
Nathan Monks has the pace. He's going to put teammate on teammate battle here. Alex chooses the inside line. Makes Nathan go around the outside, but with the DRS. Oh, Smithy's going to go to the inside as well. Smithy gets it as well. Alex, Smithy's got it. Go. Oh, Alex got dead set by, but then Smithy just couldn't hold on to it on the inside line. He got the back wheels lit up and he got round, and it was lucky no one hit him. He did very well to sort of hold the brakes and be predictable, and everyone got around him without too much stress. So nary a yellow flag, no safety car, no nothing, carry on. That's the quality of the Tier 1 drivers for you, managing to navigate that sticky situation.
Yeah, but Zach Smith just went to make it 3 wide, was certainly up alongside Nathan Monks, but just really, really too narrow. Used a lot of the inside curve, would have unsettled the rear of the car, and wanted to get on the power nice and early to stay alongside Nathan Monks, but lost the rear. Round he goes, now running in P11 behind his teammate. He's got 2 seconds back to his, or back to his good mate, I should say, Zach James. So I'm going to try and catch back up to the back of that. Jaden Cheer's right up behind Ben Curtis, looking for a move. No, Jaden Cheer just backs out. Of course, we're not on board with that battle. That's the battle behind us, but Kenneth Ang here up behind his teammate, Mitch Weatherburn. Tyre difference of 5 laps in terms of life, but different compounds. Mediums versus the softs, so you'd expect the softs to start. They're probably about equal performance or there or thereabouts at the moment. Mediums being a much longer tyre in terms of survival. So let's see what happens. We've got more yellows in sector 3 for, I think I like the Jerome pass once again. We're on board with his teammate here, Jaden Chair, as they run up Camel Straight. Gets past Ben Curtis, no worries. Makes that P8 for Jaden Chair. Dimitri Forrester here, still ranging up behind Alex Bone. Same tyre life. Maybe Dimitri's just had to drive them a little bit harder to catch back up to Alex Bone. Hong Yi, though, managed to open that gap. Hasn't had any issues with people around him. It's just been his own race. We've seen this a lot during this season as well. Just being able to run his own race.
Tell you what, I wouldn't mind flicking through some of these HUDs. That 20% battery there on Dimitri Forrester is looking very empty already. Only 18 laps in. Just interested to see what sort of batteries everyone else is using, whether they've been pushing hard to stay within the gaps that they've created, or whether they've just been nice and easy about it. Mitch Weatherburn currently sitting around about 50%, doing very nicely. Tell you what, throwback to this man in Singapore round 5. Those of you who've been with us for the journey would know that he had an incredible performance at Singapore. He ran softs from P12 on the grid, which was not the popular strat, the soft tyre. And he used those pacey tyres to build a 10-second gap with 2 laps to go. And then in front of a battling Forrester and James, his monitor crashes down on his desk, and it's saved by an oak milk chocolate. Driver of the day, load-bearing oak. So that was his best round of the season, and it came in good time too, because for the first 4 rounds he just didn't quite rack up the points, and that's when he really started a challenge for the championship after round 5. And he's looking very nice here, challenging Kyle Jackson for P5. Gets that done very comfortably, and then uses the DRS to extend his advantage all the way down to Lacombe. Nice little move there from Mitch. Boy from Rapunyat, very quietly going about his business, doing very nicely. Alex Bowen up there in P3, but he's got Dimitri hunting him down now. And Dimitri has been watching, well, I don't know whether he can actually see how well Ogold is doing behind him, but he's up there in P10 at the moment. And Dimitri will want to get past Alex and Nathan and maybe politely ask his teammate as well. He needs to make as many gaps as possible between himself and Zachary James. We had Deckers in chat before letting us know that Ogold is currently still in the box seat. Zachary James currently in P10 will have enough points to grant him the championship, but we've still got a long way to go on this one, not even 50% of the way through.
Yep, very long way to go. Of course, it might look like it'll be a quicker race than what we saw in Tier 2. Tier 2 was everyone going for it. Just going to get as good results as they can. Some got worse results that they've had all season, and some got lucky, like Tom Malone, who finished with some pretty old medium tyres against the soft runners behind him. Certainly, for some of these drivers, still another pit stop to play out, so they'll be hoping for another safety car, but I think the safety car is really going to be in between P2 and might result in contact from that big train that's just going up onto the Kemmel Straight now, led by this man, Nathan Monks, from his teammate. Mitch Weatherburn gets past Dimitri Forrester now. DRS. So Dimitri just has to tuck him behind and take the racing line. Try and gain some time on the exit. Zach James ranging up behind this battle too. He's on this mediums that have gone 17 laps, so Smith is behind him, but hasn't really been able to make that much time on those medium tyres with the difference. So Zach James running a good race here. Tommy Kingston picks up another 3-second penalty. I'd expect maybe those medium runners to start thinking about a pit stop in the next 5 or 6 laps or so. Those who've done 19 laps on their mediums. So let's run a little bit longer. We'll hope for a safety car. I think if a safety car comes out now, you box and you hope for another, because you're going to be running pretty long on those medium tyres. But
really tricky spot.
Yellow's
again. Right here, right now.
Is out, Jerome pass.
Surely not a DNF. It is a safety car right away. We've done it again, Tom Riley.
Oh my word! Hong Yi misses the pit lane entrance. Nathan Monks. Oh, it's Alex Bone. He goes past because it's Nathan Monks gets, I would assume, free choice in that Alpine pit stop. Dimitri Forrester and Mitch Weatherburn also go past. So we've got Kenneth Ang, Jaden Chia, Ben Curtis, Zach James. Zach Smith is in the pits. Ethan Small. Good stop there. Just ghosting through cars and whatnot. Just Cody's things.
Your safety car curses have been absolutely on point tonight. You have called each of these safety cars out before they've even been ready.
I can't do, this is ridiculous.
Really good work from you. Fine form. So I reckon we need one. I reckon we need one about 12 laps to go. So just get ready. Just prepare that one.
Yeah. I will get the script ready.
While we watch this man come around behind the safety car, currently sitting behind Ben Curtis and currently leading our championship. Incredibly consistent throughout the season. As I said before, has scored 22 points or more at every single race this season. Has been inside the top 10 at every single race this season. And his best result came in Imola. Remember Imola, where we had that certified Codemasters race 1. We only got 12 laps into a 50% race, and the timing board shit itself, and the safety car came out of its own accord, and then it,
sitting on the track,
and then it disappeared of its own accord.
Oh, that was a
pretty sure the safety car eventually finished in the top 10 for that race, and then we sort of cancelled that race early, and we went and did it again. And then race 2 concluded with a safety car with 3 laps to go, which sort of handed Ogold P1 due to Smithy's 3-second penalty.
There we go. So Hong Yi's in, Alex Bone in, Mitch Weatherburn in. So, and Dimitri Forrester. So Dimitri Forrester hoping not for a long stop for Hong Yi. Hong Yi goes to softs. Nathan Monks here is the one that's really going to threaten for the lead of this race. This is going to be a race to the pit lane exit. I think Hong Yi might have it, but only just. So, yeah, he will have it. He'll have the lead of this race still. So it's a good, safe pit stop for Hong Yi. Doesn't lose any time. Nathan Monks does make up over his teammate. Oh, sorry, does maintain position over his teammate after those stops. So it looks to be that we're just going to be probably the same as what we were pre the stops. Don't think Zach James hasn't gained or lost any positions. So I think the field is just cleansed as if everyone stopped on the same lap. And everyone got the same pit stop time and everything, and I think the field has just been cleansed out. But some drivers on mediums. Zach James is on the softs. He's going to try and range back up through the field and probably hope for another pit stop in around lap 33, another safety car, which I will try and script for you all.
That safety car is going to really be the key to this battle now, because a lot of soft drivers on new tyres aren't going to, well, they'll be struggling to make it 22 laps. So those, as Franco said, that's a bold call, I would suggest, to go on softs. It makes sense for Ogol, because he can really, you know, bang in those laps and maybe get right up there behind Dimitri, and then it's over to him, over to Dimitri and the guys up front, what they do next, and he can just follow them in. But for the guys up the front, it's a very interesting call. I think that, as I said, I think the softs will probably last 22 laps, but they'll be in all sorts of trouble by the time we get to the end. And those medium runners will be looking really pretty. Nathan Monks, the front leader of those at the moment, doing very nicely for himself, manages to chuck on mediums in P2. So he'll be going all the way to the end of the race on those. But as we said, if you can script that safety car up for us, that'll be the catalyst for an amazing end to not only this race, but what a season we've had.
Yeah, I can tell you who would be very happy if I scripted a safety car with 11 laps to go. It would be this man on the screen, Zach James. Being get another cheap pit stop on the soft tyres. Watch out.
I reckon we're going to go one more lap here as Robert Wenzel catches up to the back of the field. Just not quite going to get there before the safety car gets to its junction point, so we'll probably go one more lap. I'll give Suma a chance to catch up and join battle with Minor Nick Randell back there. So 4 ducks down, 16 ducks remaining. And yeah, you're not wrong. Zachary James looking like the eventual winner of F1 2021 Legend Series Season 7. Well, we'll have to see what Dimitri has to say about that. He might be up there in P5. He will not give up the ghost until the end. Our man Aspect. Dimitri's best race, probably Baku. As I said, both McLarens having a really poor race in Australia. I think both of them DNF'd, if I remember correctly. But yeah, Baku, I think Dimitri had a good race. Plenty of safety cars and incidents in that one too. At Baku, we had half the field without a front wing halfway through it.
Miles going to go cue the bang, 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 bang clip.
That was always going to happen. 3 wide into turn 3 or whatever it was. Or I can't remember where they did. I think it was turn 2 actually. And it was just inevitable. It was like watching a slow motion train wreck, those guys going through there causing that safety car. And that wasn't the only safety car. There was another one with sort of 7 or 8 laps to go. And Dimitri and Hong Yi came home P1 and P2 in that race. But I think Hong Yi got a post-race pen. So Dimitri grabbed maximum points for that one.
Race at Australia is certainly my favourite. Not for the McLaren drivers, where they only scored 1 point between them, but where Jeremy Washington brought home the win after every driver but him had penalties, or whatever it was. It was something ridiculous. Like, you can look at the penalty table and it's just, how?
Yeah, you're not wrong. There was penalties handed down in-game. And then there was also all the post-race penalties and stuff that we had to work with after the... Oh, it's just a crazy race was Australia. Probably the craziest race of the season. If you're looking for one to go back and watch, that'd be the one. Yeah. Tier 2 was pretty good too, actually, if I remember correctly. That whole weekend was really good for both tiers. But yeah, Tier 1 especially, really nailed it in terms of entertainment value.
Yeah, so I think the only driver to take home a perfect race weekend is the man leading this race for 55 points at our opening event. But he leads us away out of safety car onto lap 24 of 44. Does get a good gap over Nathan Monks. We'll have tyre advantage. So Nathan Monks here, I don't think will hold up his teammate who are on a different set of tyres. Zach James, though, has to try and range up to the back of Nathan Chia here. So Zach Smith looking for a move on Ben Curtis, nice and early. Ben Curtis there, not really fighting that one. Knows that Zach Smith is a very quick driver and will just sit in behind him and try and use some slipstream to catch back up. Mitch Weatherburn picks up a 3-second time penalty for multiple warnings there as well. Sitting right up behind Alex Bone here, both on soft tyres. Alex Bone having to go defensive. Nathan Monks picks up 3 seconds now as well on the exit of No Name.
Penalties rolling in now.
Yep, everyone just trying to push their tyres as hard as they can now. These soft runners have to be careful. We've got yellows in sector 2 for a slow car, seems to be Jaden Chia. Yeah, he's slowed through Puan, and so is
Wanafik involved, yeah.
So Wanafik not having the best race at all by his standards. I'm sure he'd be hoping for a better one to finish off the season, but still green. Hong Yee's pulled out 1.2. Still slow in the background. I think maybe Wanafik and Jaden Chia might not have wings. So might be running a little bit slowly back there, but yeah, as I was saying, Hong Yee's just gapped these guys. Using those soft tyres in the fresh air to his advantage. Does a 44.9 from the restart for the fastest lap of the race, if you don't mind. And he's got 1.5 over the guys behind. So as I said before, I expect Nathan Monks to sort of just not battle with Alex Bone, his teammate, and just maybe just follow him through. Alex Bone here can certainly carry a lot more speed as the slipstream, so Nathan Monks just goes to the left-hand side. Just lets...
Is Mitch Weatherburn going to follow him through?
Mitch Weatherburn can't quite, or he does try to outbrake him. Nathan Monks has to leave the door open. Weatherburn just sends the nose up, pulls out of it. So, but I think he'll get past Nathan Monks pretty easy now. No DRS for until the end, until the start of the next lap. Zach James, he's already climbed up 3 spots into P7, right on the back of Kyle Jackson. So those soft tyres are working for him. So this is good to hold on to his championship.
Yeah, Dimitri really under pressure now. That'll be the first time that Dimitri will have seen Zachary on his MFD, which only sort of shows the 2 places above and the 2 places below. So now Dimitri knows how close Ogold is behind him. I wonder if that gives him a little kick up the bum. Says you need to start getting some moves happening. But good luck passing Mitch Weatherburn, Nathan Monks, Alex Bowen and Hong Yee. They are very, very, very quick drivers up here at the top of Tier 1. Zachary James makes another move done, and now he is behind Dimitri. So...
yeah. If Dimitri does manage to get past these guys in front, I'm sure there'll be discussions with Hong Yee probably pre-race about that Dimitri has to get as many points as he can. So I wouldn't say that it's going to happen because the gap between Dimitri and Hong Yee is quite substantial, but I would expect a little bit of team play there. Yeah.
Hong Yee's running away with this one at the moment on those soft tyres, so...
There you go, Mitch Weatherburn on Nathan Monks here. Said it was going to happen, said it was going to be pretty easy with DRS as well. So that's a nice easy move there. Dimitri trying to range up onto the back of this slot. So he'll have to wait another lap until he can get the move done there.
He's on soft tyres though. I don't know if he is going to wait a whole lap. He's going to be really keen behind Nathan Monks now on those mediums.
So with the exit out of here and the exit out of No Name, I think. Yeah, nice run.
Probably tucking behind through sector 2 here, but I'm interested to see if he can get anything done through Paul Frey and on to Blanchimont.
Yep, I reckon the exit out of Paul Frey is exactly where he needs to look. That's exactly probably his strongest spot. This flip-flop, jandal section, whatever you want to call it.
The jandal section.
The jandal section.
I like it. Let's keep rolling. Thong on.
Thong on. Oh, dear.
I tell you what, he got an exit. He did really get a nice exit there.
Yeah, tucks himself right in the slipstream here.
Oh,
we'll have to go around the outside of Nathan Monks.
Nathan Monks positioning his car on the inside there, doing nicely. Now down in the bus stop, where's he going to go? He's right in the middle of the road. He makes Dimitri choose the inside, and it was probably too late that he chose it. Nathan driving very defensively there, and well within his rights too. Nicely done. Positioned his car beautifully. I'll tell you what that's done. That has invited Ogold right into the frame. He was 2.3 seconds behind less than half a lap ago. Now he's within 1.3. I don't think he's going to get DRS up the Kemmel here, but he is well and truly closing in on those soft tyres. So he will join battle with Dimitri Forrester. Dimitri knows he's coming too, and he has to get this move done, so he does. He pulls out and gets it pretty well done. Well earlier than I thought he would, to be honest, even on the tyre difference. So he goes past Nathan Monks, and as he goes past, he drops a little letter in there and he says, hey, can you hold up Ogold for me? So we'll have to see how that develops. I don't think Zachary James will be very patient waiting to get past Nathan Monks. He knows he's right in this now.
Franco bringing the perfect names to our flip-flop section. The right, left after Puon. The Birkenstock section. Or Crocs Corners.
Nah, Crocs can get the bin. No, stick that back where it came from. Hello, one fake round the outside of Suma. Oh, at no name, no less. Nice work. Oh, Suma's not done. Suma is not done. Down to the Puon.
It's an interesting. It's an interesting one there because we've seen time penalties there for extending track limits and still made the move. So I'm not sure whether that's a fair move, but each to their own. We'll keep racing. Suma will hopefully try and stay on the back of one Afik for as long as he can, but with the tyre difference, I think that's too possible. Zach James, though, equidistant to Nathan Monks, as Nathan Monks is to Dimitri Forrester. We've got a yellow. Jaden Chia is around at Puon.
Oh, brand new softs too. That hurts. And he carries on. He's still going to level his wing in place, but he'll have some very sore tyres now, that's for sure.
Yeah, so Nathan Monks here. Has ranged right up on the back of Dimitri Forrester. We're on board, though, with Mitch Weatherburn going for the move on Alex Bone. We'll have DRS. Has to take the outside. Using some battery. Alex Bone, though, just tucks in behind, knows that move's done and dusted. Nathan Monks right up behind Dimitri Forrester now. More battling like this is just wetting the lips of Zach James.
He's within DRS now too, is Ogold, so he's biding his time nicely.
Really precise through Brevage or Brussels, whatever we want to call it.
Hitting all the apexes.
Oh, yeah,
that's Nick Randall. Looks like he's going to carry on too. Although he's not moving, is he? I thought I saw him nudge.
Slowly moving. Just some hot rear tyres.
Still
more yellows through this section. Hong Ye's around! Hong Ye's around! The leader
of hello.
He's lost it on the exit of the Birkenstock.
He was running away with it. So he's got all his wing on. He's got all his pieces. All his parts, pieces.
Through the
Birkenstock section. Looks like he's...
By the way, Mitch Weatherburn takes the lead of this race over Alex Bone after that move up the Kemmel straight. More yellows here. That's Zach James who's around at the bus stop.
Is it really?
Section. It was.
He has lost out. Kyle Jackson's got him. Smithy's right up behind him now too. So just when you think this is starting to proceed into a foregone conclusion, a couple of mistakes creeping into the games now. That's why it's an endurance race. 100%. You've got to be focused all night long, which makes the efforts of those tier 2 guys all the better just quietly in the rain. That would have been an ordeal. Nice work to them. But these guys at the top of their game up here in Tier 1 to hold on to their nerves for 100%, 44 laps of Spa, if you don't mind. That'd be a very good effort. Alex Bowen has not been on camera all night long. That's when you know you're having a good race. He's up there in P2 looking very fine.
James here right behind Kyle Jackson, so has to do that move again. Let's get past this Red Bull. Medium tyres again. Zach Smith in behind him, he won't challenge him. He'll just sit in behind. Zach James goes for up the inside of the Birkenstock S's. The Birkenstock Bens.
Yeah, love that from you, Franco.
That's good. That's good, I rate that.
That's good form. So we don't have to call them flip-flops or campus anymore. Birkenstock Benz. It's got the trademark on there as well. Nice work. Tell you what, Zachary James is out there.
Around the outside.
Going wide around the outside of Blanchimont. Is he going to get it done down here in the bus stop? Kyle Jackson not letting him have it easy. Smithy very involved here too.
Oh, a little bit of contact. Zach Smith is a little bit wild.
And this invites Hong Yi back in, who's got the pace. We know he's been storming out the front. So we get to see him make a few moves here potentially. If these guys keep their battle on, that's what'll happen. But O'Gold gets the move done through Blanchimont up at the bus stop, finishes it off down to turn 1. So he takes over in P5, Kyle Jackson P6, Hong Yi behind Zachary Smith in 7 and 8. Kyle Jackson, and he has O'Gold all over the back of him here. How does he have O'Gold? What happened to O'Gold? We just watched him get a move done. And
has been dropped by Zach Smith and Kyle Jackson.
And Jackson, yes, that's what I'm saying. He must have got O'Rouge and Radion wrong, because we watched him get the move done through up the bus stop and 1.
I reckon he's a sitting duck with the fact that he's only got 16% battery.
Maybe, yeah. No battery, no DRS, and you just got eaten up. Maybe. Just felt like he just dropped really quickly there. But anyway, that is what it is. He'll have to make those 2 positions back again. Dimitri thanking the boys back there for adding a few point gaps in between. And he's got Hong Yi on the back of him. Tell you what, if you were talking about McLaren team orders, you'd be asking Hong Yi very nicely to put some pressure on Zachary James and see what you can do.
Yeah, pressure being the only thing.
The operative word, of course. No, all in good sport. Yeah. If you can get in his mirrors and just throw him off his line a little bit, cause another error, Dimitri would be very pleased with that.
That's why Zach James has to go for the move here into the bus stop section. He has to try and get this move done nice and early. Alex Bonebangs in the fast lap of the race, 44.4.
And is in P1 at the moment.
Zach James, a late dive to the inside, makes that move stick.
That is a send.
It's a car in between Dimitri Forrest's teammate, Hong Yi Wang, who now just has to sit in behind. And Kyle Jackson will have to be careful.
You weren't wrong about O'Gold wanting to get that move done early, didn't he? Ever just get it done.
Had to get it done. And I think that I'm sure that Zach Smith will see that Zach James is behind him, and as good mates will not hold him up. Pretty cool move though. Zach James though.
He knows the rules. Gets it done on Kyle Jackson. Yeah. No, pretty nice clean. Move. Nice work.
Zach James will be metaphorically flashing Zach Smith, pressing that flashlights button.
Tell you what, I reckon Hong Yi, he understands the situation here. Yeah. I reckon he knows what's up. And as you said, metaphorical headlights. He'd be right up there trying to put pressure on O'Gold. As you said, as clean as he possibly can. Last thing we want to see is a championship decider with any sort of error that involves both cars being taken out or something like that. But I reckon Hong Yi, as we saw before for the first half of this race, he was dominant. He absolutely smashed the first half of this race. If not for safety cars, he'd be 15 seconds clear. So he's got the pace. He will be pressuring O'Gold. I think he understands the situation in the Drivers' Championship at the moment. Mitch Weatherburn and Alex Bowen absolutely dueling. We saw Alex take the lead a couple of laps ago.
They're just inviting Dimitri Forrester in though. This is where it's going to be really nip and tuck between these two, and Dimitri Forrester getting up the back of them, because if they keep overlapping, they're going to keep losing time to the lap's going to be longer, and Dimitri Forrester is going to range right up behind them and go for this move that he really needs to make for his championship.
Mitch Weatherburn keeps this up.
Big move.
He's looking pretty good for P4 in the championship, just quietly. Zachary Smith currently sitting in P4, but Zach Smith only 10 points clear of Mitch Weatherburn.
Zach Smith does move over early. Zach James is going to get up the inside. Both harvesting.
Hong Yi has to get through though. So Hong Yi right with him.
Yeah. Mateship there sort of probably makes it easier for Zach James to just open up a little bit of a gap on Hong Yi. But now it's going to be all about getting fast laps under your belt for Zach James. We know that Alex Bone did set the fastest lap on 8-lap-old softs, 7-lap-old softs. So it's not out of question for Zach James, who has been mighty quick this season. Hasn't had a fastest lap this season though. Hong Yi has. One pole for Zach James, but it's all about results for him. Top 10s in 15 races this season. Hasn't scored lower than 22 like we said before. So at the moment he's scoring more than 22 points where he is. So all the pressure is on Dimitri Forrester to try and make any indent on that championship lead. Hong Yi though, only about 4/10 back. Zach Smith will be looking to range right up behind, but just doesn't have the tyre life, I don't think, to make these critical overtakes. Hong Yi has a 1-lap fresher softs, but those softs, that gain of the compound would have probably negated by now, and so they're on pretty similar length, age-old tyres. Guy Bowles and Connor Kingston here battling down the bus stop. Both had DRS to the car in front, I believe. So nice and easy move there for Connor Kingston. Ben Curtis, though, will fight him back. You see, this is it here. Zach James has to harvest. Moves over to the left. Hong Yi, though, breezes straight past him.
That's the battery difference there, although he grabs himself 3 seconds doing so.
So that'll be...
I think Ogol got some as well. I don't think Ogol had any penalties.
Did get a penalty, so it's only Ben Curtis without them now.
Wow, 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 wow. So what sort of penalties are we sitting on? The top 6 all have 3 seconds. Zachary Smith has himself 6 seconds, which drops him below Kyle Jackson at the moment. Ethan Small also with 6 and Kenneth at 6 as well. As you said, Ben Curtis doing very nice work with no pens on the board as we speak. But all of those pens up the top now negating each other. All very even up the top there. 3 seconds across the board all the way down to this man. And Zachary Smith behind him, as we said, with 6. So
yeah. These 3 cars, though, have closed the gap to Nathan Monks. Like, that's now... That was at 7.5 seconds only a couple of laps ago. So this lot is ranging back up to the top 4. So I think that's what they need to do. They need to work together and get back up to the top 4. And that'll give Zach James a bit more work to do. But probably exactly what you need. It is lap 34, and we have not seen a safety car since lap 22 or so. So those soft tyres will be starting to feel the pain. The mediums will be running a little bit nicer now. Connor Kingston, he's got 12 seconds of penalties. We'll drop him down into P14 after they finish the way they are. Mitch Weatherburn and Alex Bone still going at it in the lead. This is a nice little battle. They haven't been on board with it though. Yeah, it's not really going to do much for the championship, but they're only 3 points apart as well to Mitch Weatherburn's good. So Alex Bone will take whatever points he gets this time out.
As I said, I think they're both going to jump Smithy with those. If they finish 1-2 and Smithy's back there in P7, this is Connor getting interested in Ben Curtis. A little touch there between wheels, but they carry on. But yeah, I think if they hold those positions up there, Weatherburn and Bowen, they both jump Smithy. So they're racing, that's for sure.
Yep, I think the only thing working for Smithy, though, is that his lowest point scoring round is 12 points. So he will drop that round. The lowest for Mitch Weatherburn is 7. The lowest for Alex Bone is 0 points at Canada. So, and that's not 0 points for a did not start. That's 0 points for a DNF. So that's not great reading for Alex Bone there. So at the moment he will. So what I'm saying there is he's already used his drop round.
Yeah.
Effectively, with a 0 point round, that's already his drop round gone. So Whereas Mitch Weatherburn's lowest drop round is 7 points. So he'll still use that one. And Zach Smith, his lowest is 12. So at the moment, where he's sitting, he will still use that drop round as well. So drop round's pretty much ruled out if they finish where they are. But yeah, that'll put Mitch Weatherburn and Alex Bone above Zach Smith. Connor Kingston here looking for a move on Diabols. Diabols doing exactly what he needs to do. Just sits the car, just gives Connor just the car's width on the outside. Fucking line, Zach James here. Can't quite get close enough to Hong Yi. Has no battery though. He's absolutely used all of it up. So gonna just have to sit in behind. 14%. Kenneth Ang here with better of the battery life. Oh!
Round he goes. That's not it. Whoa, what the hell? Oh, the teleport to track. Codemasters have tallied him back on road. Thank Christ he was ghost moded. If he wasn't ghosted, that would have been the pile up of the century.
Oh, we would have sent a safety car. Oh!
Tell you what, heart in my mouth. Jumped out my seat there. I hope that was Codemasters who teleported him back, because if he's done that, that's a big no-no. Don't teleport yourself back on track. That's why we... Yeah, no, Kenneth. Exactly, yeah. I hope that was Codemasters. Codemasters might have done that for him, but I'm not sure.
Has to be. Minor feet gets 3 seconds for track limits. So, give Ben Curtis another spot. Well, I was already going to give him another spot, but it's good for him. Zach James, though, still on the back of Hong Yi. Can just take a little bit of a more compromising line, I think. A little bit wild on the background. Oh, I was saying that was Kenneth doing the teleport to track.
Yeah, I'm trying to give him a pass, but I'm pretty sure that looked a lot like it was him. Yep. Yeah, it doesn't in Brazil when you sort of land in the midfield there. So I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm trying to make sure that was not Kenneth, because that is a big no-no if it was Kenneth. So Kenneth, if you're watching this back, it's a big no-no. Don't teleport yourself back on track. But I'm sure you didn't. We're all confident in here it was a Codemasters thing. So... Deck has prepared the paddle. He's getting a paddling if it was him. Oh dear. Yeah, that could have been very deadly for the cars behind. As we saw, he just sort of popped back on track there. And if he wasn't ghost moded, it would have been Demolition Derby 2021. But luckily enough, everyone escaped unscathed.
Oh, Wreckfest simulator is F1 2021.
Could have been very, very deadly.
We call Tier 2 tonight Wreckfest.
No.
10 cars. 10 cars.
No, they all DNF'd of their own accord, though. There was maybe 1 or 2 battles that resulted in a DNF, but most of it was just sort of DNFing themselves. So that's not a Wreckfest. What would you call that? World Rally Championship, where you've got to fly through Sweden and all those bloody trees and stuff, and it's snowing, and you just got to survive.
Yeah. Yeah. Tier 2 was BeamNG.
BeamNG. That's a good one.
Mitch Weatherburn picked up for a little bit early there and just lost the rear. So Alex Bone has the DRS and was sitting behind him.
Tell you what, we said this battle was going to cause a problem for them. That absolutely hasn't. They are spurring each other on. They are 7 seconds clear of Dimitri Forrester. He is not catching him. Unless Tom's patented safety car comes out in the next couple of minutes. They are well and truly clear up front.
Even if it comes out now, there's no way they're boxing. So you'd stay out on the softs now and just hope that the people behind you have to box. But Dimitri Forrester won't box. He'll hold on to his position there. Nathan Monks, I don't think he'll box. Alex Bone just gets past Mitch Weatherburn again there. So lots of lead changes here. We'll have to try and see if we can work out.
Interested to see what sort of brain games these two play late in the race. We saw... I can't remember who it was we watched who got the DRS on the last lap, and we said it was a big brain move, just letting someone pass on the penultimate lap. So whoever is second on the penultimate lap probably has the best chance of winning it, as they get DRS on the last lap.
It needs to be brought up, though, that Alex Bone hasn't had a win this season. Alex Bone has not won a race. Yeah, hasn't won a race this season.
All right, he's got my... I'm right behind him now, Alex Bowen. Love you, Mitch Weatherburn. I'm right behind Alex Bowen now.
Yeah, Mitch Weatherburn has 3, Alex Bowen has 0.
We will never forget Singapore. What an epic weekend that was for Mitch Weatherburn, and that win will be etched in the memories of OOR folklore. But I want Alex Bowen to win this now. He needs a win this season.
to do though. Sit down in front, hit your apex. A little bit taily on the exit as well. So this DRS zone here though is really, I'd call it a pointless DRS zone. Not enough gain you get. Suma picks up another time penalty there. So he's up to, just picked up another one, so he's up to 2 track limits penalties. No other penalties apart from track limits. And the only drivers without them are the Haas drivers. Although Nick Randell did serve a pit stop and probably served his penalty there. You see Mitch Weatherburn here go for a move on Alex Bone.
So there it is.
The move done.
It's rudimentary at this point. Yep, those two just passing each other lap per lap. So if it continues like that, 39
What's
Alex.
The battery's like 65 for Alex and 40 for Mitch. So Alex
and then lap
does
44.
have the gain.
If it continues like this, lap 44 sees Mitch taking the lead on lap 44. So Alex either needs to let him have a lap and put himself on that even number.
Oh, here we go. One Feek and Connor Kingston, Ethan Small, all going at it here. Connor Kingston tries to get the exit on One Feek. One Feek will be feeling those soft tyres, I think, going stone dead soon. So just holding up these two behind him. Of course, One Feek and Connor Kingston are battling for effective position over each other. Ethan Small, though, just needs to stay within 3 seconds of these two cars and he'll gain a spot there. Just need to be careful about Kenneth Ang coming up behind, who's 6 seconds, and Ben Curtis will leapfrog them all at this stage. Up into the points, up into 9th place. It stays as it is.
Deserved.
Alex Bone.
Grab top 10 here, Ben Curtis.
Yep, absolutely. Good for the Haas team.
So Alex Bowman up into turn 1. Within half a second of Mitch Weatherburn, as long as he gets a reasonable exit here.
Doesn't really, he's losing, he's only gaining that back on slipstream, so.
It's a bit poor. So he's a long way back now. We'll have to see if the DRS gets, no, this could be the big brain play. Just saying, hey, here you go, have half a second. Oh no, I can't quite catch you on this lap, what a shame. He's going to try it anyway,
no,
on the outside.
He's going to use that DRS.
Easy peasy.
I'm sure these will be thinking this is an interesting race, nonetheless. One Feek and Connor Kingston going out. Dimitri Forrester picks up 3 seconds now.
That's going to hurt.
So
that brings him up to 6 seconds worth of penalties, and that is going to throw him back behind O'Gold and Hong Yi and Nathan Monks.
No, I think it'll only throw him back behind Nathan Monks at the moment. Hong Yi's not quite close enough yet. So I'll only lose the 1 spot, but
oh, yeah, I was counting 6 seconds instead of 3.
Yeah, I think championship is run and done at the moment. Zach James holding that 6th place, knowing that he can just get there, and he will take home the championship.
He's looking good, O'Gold. Prepare the Zingons. Don't want to count the chickens before they come home. There's still 5 laps to go. He's got a lot of work to do yet, but they're preparing them.
Dimitri needs P2 to clinch, so these two have a little bit of a moment. Across the line here, it will be...
Oh, dramatic finish, wouldn't it be? I hope these two keep it clean. I don't want it to end on that. But half of racing is luck, so if that is how it is, then it is what it is, and it is.
There are 5 laps to go.
I still want Alex Bowen to grab a friggin' win this season. That's what I want. I'm all hands on that deck now.
Yeah, Mitch Weatherburn has a lot of battery now, 70% battery.
That is a massive battery. Yeah, looking really good. Used a bit of a squirt here. And then gets the DRS open.
Not even, he does use it. He does use it just as he pulls outside the slipstream. So, smart use of the DRS there. Gets a hit of the pickle juice. And off he goes.
Very close there between Ethan Small, One Feek, Connor Kingston. These three still battling back here.
And Kenneth Ang and Ben Curtis is just off the back of
they're all involved.
This is a really tight little battle here for the 9th place.
Kenneth, obviously, we watched before, had a little bit of an issue here up in this corner. Get it back together. Connor Kingston pressuring One Feek. Kenneth gets that move done on Ethan pretty comfortably. And then on their way down here to Brussels. Everyone getting it reasonably tucked in. Kenneth not quite finding the apex there, but managing to carry enough speed that it doesn't really affect his pace. Carries on. A lot of different penalties hanging around here too, so I'll let the math lords figure out what's going to happen at the end of the race if they all stay in position. But yeah, 12, 12, 6, 9, and 0. So there's a bit of a mix-up to happen there once we come across the line for the final time.
Yeah, we will do those calculations as they happen across the line. So Mitch Weatherburn does lead across the line to start the 41st lap. 4 laps to go in OOR F1 Legends Series for F1 2021. It's been a great series, JC. Your moment of the series?
I'll tell you what, there's been plenty of them. I do still love Mitch Weatherburn at Singapore with the heroic. That's unforgettable, that kind of stuff. But I tell you what, Hong Yi Bahrain round 1, we have not seen a performance like that all season. He absolutely stormed onto the scene as a reserve at the time. Yep. He clean sweeps T1 with pole by, I think it was 4 tenths in front of anyone else. And we're like, oh, hang on, who's this? And then he led from start to finish. There's a couple of safety cars, I think, that messed up the order a few points. But he was basically start to finish. He had no penalties. And so that was, yeah, probably not the moment of the season, but certainly the performance of the season from Hong Yi there in Bahrain. At the start of the season, we thought, oh, bugger me, who is this who stormed onto the scene? Yeah, he's done very well for himself. Oh, there's a touch. Ooh. Who was that? I think Connor managed just to escape with bits and pieces. Kenneth and Connor.
Yeah.
Oh, great call from you, Jezza. Hey, Jezza's performance in Australia. We've already brought that up. You might have missed it.
That's my moment.
That was Tom Riley's moment. Yeah, from about 20 minutes ago, we brought that up. We absolutely love that from you, Jezza. That's what you get for having no penalties. And we're going to see Ben Curtis jump a handful of positions here too for having no penalties. But yeah, Jeremy in Australia with no penalties managed to pick up P1, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I think best call of the season was Mulls at the end of Canada.
He did jump
4 or
in.
5 of us in the comedy box, in the commentary box. Became the comedy
last
box.
5 minutes and absolutely killed it in that last 5 minutes. Yeah, go watch that one back.
As I was saying before, Nathan Monks got past Dimitri Forrester. Dimitri Forrester is just holding outside 3 seconds to Hong Yi. So that'll be how they finish at the moment. We're on the 42nd lap here. Alex Bone. If he gets past Mitch Weatherburn here, I don't think he is. He's got no battery. Just going to have to sit in behind him. I think he has to try and conserve battery now for the last lap. Those softs will be right on the edge of their life now. But everyone else can't get close. These two have just absolutely run away with it. Zach James and Zach Smith, they're still going at it themselves. Up Kemmel into Lacoum here. So down in the Rivage now. Zach James doesn't really have to defend too much from Zach Smith, but these two are just having a bit of fun now, I think. Zach James' soft tyres might be feeling a pinch now. Lana Feek, he's dropping back a little bit. He's just been passed by Kenneth Ang and gets back past Kenneth Ang. But, of course, those positions don't really matter, apart from the ones between Connor and Lana Feek due to penalties. Hong Yi can't stay close enough to Dimitri Forrester to gain a spot there. I think the top 3 will stay as they are. Nathan Monks there, 6.8 behind his teammate Alex Bone. That'll be a good result for Alpine. I think that might be the best result of their season, being 2nd and 3rd, dual podium. Here we go. Zach Smith here. Oh, and Connor Kingston picks up another 3-second penalty. So, as I was saying, Lana Feek will take that position. Zach Smith takes the position on O Gold. Goes a little bit deep into the chicane and a bit wide, and will pick up the throttle a bit and go a little bit crazy. Nick Randell picks up 3 seconds. Again, Ben Curtis still without penalties.
Penultimate lap of the F1 Legends Series Season 7.
It is. Here we go, Alex Bone. He's going to look for the move. Makes that move stick very nicely.
I still think he should have let him have it. You should have let him have it, Alex, because now he's going to have DRS on the last lap. You should have let him have that one. Should have, would have, could have. I'm not sure how it's going to end up. I still want Alex to win this race, so I hope he hangs on from there. But if it was me, I'd just let him have that one. You need the DRS on the last lap. That's how it's gone down. You've overtaken each other one after the other for the last, 8 laps now?
Yep.
We'll have to see how it works out for him on the last lap, but he's currently leading the way. Alex Bowen.
Mitch Weatherburn knows, I'm sure, that he's only 3 points ahead of Alex Bowen. So any result here will result in one of these two. This is for effective P4 in the championship.
Yeah, 100% with Zachary Smith back there in P7.
Absolutely what it is.
That's what it'll be. It is. So they're racing. They are race car drivers. That's for sure. They'll want the golden trophy here up on top step number 1, but they'll know the situation going on in the driver standings as well. So Mitch Weatherburn, I think, will be pretty patient here. I think he knows the score. He'll just let him have this in a bus stop. He will stay right with him. He'll try and he'll tuck himself. Oh, he gets all sorts of crossed up there, though.
Oh,
is that going to cost him? Is that going to be? He's got all the battery in the world, though, to make that gap back up.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that could have been Alex Bowen's card in. Mitch Weatherburn just getting all sorts of crossed up out there at a bus stop, but as I said, had the battery to make it up. He's going to suck up all of that battery now. As they come into Overage and Radion for the final time. Yeah, here we go. Let's see how it goes. Battery
DRS.
plus DRS. It's going to happen.
Alex Bowen is going to move across.
He defends well, plonks his car in the middle, makes Mitch go all the way around the outside. Mitch has to cut the track. I tell you what, Alex is going to keep the position.
Not for now.
He's got to hang on for sector 2. Can he do it? Mitch is going to go down the inside. Oh my goodness, what a
He's
what a move. He's still going. Alex gets him back. What a battle.
Takes the esports line into Puan.
Now, Alex, if he can hold on through sector 2, Mitch is down to 25% battery, and he's probably exhausted this lap's total amount that he's allowed. I think there's going to be a cap that comes across there somewhere. So Alex might hang on. I know we've still got one DRS straight to go, but as Tom's rightly pointed out, it's on the home straight you get 0 value from, especially on the run down to the line. So here we go.
A little bit
way up,
more
last time, using all the battery, trying to close it in. To tell you what, he's got the pace. Alex is out of battery. You can see he's harvesting. That red light flashing on the back of the car as they come through
the chicane. They're side coming into the chicane.
He's making last, Mitch Weatherburn. He wants it, but he doesn't get it. Alex Bowen's going to hold on.
Just picks up the throttle. Alex Bowen
P1.
Nathan Monks brings home a 1-3 for the Alpine team. Alex Bowen takes his first win. Dimitri Forrester ahead of Hong Yi by only 8/10. Zach James and Zach Smith, they come home 6 and 7. Kyle Jackson just coming through the last sector now.
Oh, what a way to round out the season. Thank you very much. I'm going to have no breath, no voice tomorrow. Absolutely well-deserved win there to Alex Bowen. Absolutely defended like a lion on the last lap. Ridiculous.
Ben Curtis takes home P9 in the end after penalties.
And getting their hats off for Alex Bowen. Love that.
Yeah, it's a good finish from Diabols too.
Diabols, nice work. Up there in P9. Very well-deserved.
Aiden Chia, he's going to come home P15, and Nick Grandel, unless he can find an extra second here. I disregard, he has 3 seconds himself, so that will do.
Love seeing the Zacharys come on there together too. They'd be on TeamSpeak together, those boys, and as you said, good mates. So Smithy following O'Gold across the line to watch him claim the World Drivers' Championship here in F1 Legends Series Season 7. Alex Bowen, driver of the day, well and truly deserved. He'll come out, he'll give us a wave and a shout. Get your voice up for him, Alex Bowen. Nice work, P1 here in Spa, round 12 of 12. Come from 8th on the grid, if you don't mind, pinch the win and the fastest lap as well. So a very nice performance tonight from Alex Bowen, Mitch Weatherburn, and P2. Nathan Monks, very nice up there on the podium. As you said, Alpine 1-3 on the podium. Dimitri Forrester and Hong Yi, McLaren 4-5. Zachary James, your driver's champion in P6, followed by Zachary Smith in P7, Kyle Jackson, Ben Curtis, and Ethan Small rounding out the top 10. Unlucky to Momo, Jared Ellis, and Gerald Chu not quite having the best of races. I think Jaron DNF'd as well. Tom Riley, what a way.
Wowee. What a finish.
So, just to wrap it all up a little, And I want to thank my man Deckers for wrapping this up. This has got nothing to do with me. I'm just going to basically read out what he's got for us here. It is Mercedes taking home the Constructors in Tier 2 with Danny Wong, the World Drivers' Championship there. Nice work to Danny. Grid Jokes. Go and follow him on Instagram. Alfa Romeo stole P2 in Tier 2 by 8 points with their results tonight. So, nice work to them. Tier 1, it's Ogold who's won that, and Dimitri comes home in P2. So, a very tight battle right throughout the season between those two. But, yeah, Zachary James, P1, Zingon, and Dimitri Forrester, P2. And it looks like Alpine win the Constructors in Tier 1. But overall, Mercedes storming away with the overall Constructors Championship.
Alpine taking home Constructors in Tier 1?
I'm just reading out here. I might be wrong. I'm just reading out what Deckers has given me. Yeah, Alpine are nowhere near it. They're P5, so that can't be right.
Yeah,
Say
has to be
McLaren.
Yeah, has to
McLaren's
be McLaren.
got a rock home in P1.
Yeah. Yep. Even with a 1 point round in Australia.
Yeah, that's how they
managed
had
to
a
hold on
couple
to
1-2 points finishes. They were a really good team, Hongyi and Dimitri. So
Best was Azerbaijan for them. Oh, actually, best was Portugal. It's 95 points for Portugal. That will be them clean sweeping that weekend, last weekend.
The value of having a teammate that can battle with you. Like we obviously talk about Lewis and Bottas and whoever his bloody teammate is at the time. But that's the value of having a good teammate, is they stormed away with the Constructors. So with the new team championship coming up, OOR alluded to it before, and as Tom Riley said, get yourself in the Discord and get ready for that. We're having a more team-orientated championship coming up in our F1 game. So you can see that is the beauty of it. McLaren storming away with Dimitri and Hongyi doing very nicely for themselves. But yeah, as I said, hats off to Ogold, Zachary James for winning the Drivers' Championship. A very consistent and solid season. And as well to Danny Wong winning the Drivers' Championship in Tier 2. Very big thanks goes out to Deckers, of course, for running the show here for us in F1. Obviously to Octane Online Racing and Neil running the shots behind the scenes, giving us all the very best angles. And Tom Riley, to you, my friend, for joining me in what has been an incredible season of F1 Legend Series.
Absolutely insane. I've absolutely loved commentating with you, JC, in the second half of the season, and commentating with Greenie as well, who started us off in Tier 2 earlier on at the back end of last year. But yeah, absolutely loved the last 6 weeks with you, JC. Love commentating with you. Can't wait to do it again soon.
We'll do it again for ACC in the Endurance Series and the Sprint Series and whatever specials are coming up in 2022. And I'm sure we'll have another crack at it when F1 2022 rolls around. But until then, as I said, hats off to Zach James and Danny Wong. They are your World Drivers Champions. MVP again tonight, chat. Loudest Howard, Franco. Tommy was in here. T2.
Should also call out Spidey in Tier 3 as well. Wasn't
Tier 3
televised.
Spidey! Simon Scanlon grabbed the Tier 3 championship. Nice work, Spidey. But yes, again, thanks to everyone who runs this. It's not easy, and nice work to everyone involved. But as I said, to chat as well, thanks for turning up every week, giving us all the good bits. And that'll just about do us, Tom Riley. Anything else from you?
No, we will catch you this week for sprints at Zandvoort, for endurance this weekend, or next weekend, Saturday night at, where are we?
Sprint's not this week. I think we've got the week off. So it is Imola.
Oh, do we again?
Yeah, Imola coming up for the Endurance Series, and then we're off to Zandvoort for the week after. But you can always catch the rookies at Zandvoort this week. I think Imola this week. They might be at Imola. The rookies are definitely coming up this week. They're doing something, so come and give them a shout, give them some support. Other than that, thank you very much. What a cracking race we had there with Alex Bowen pinching the win at the end. Much love, Chatland. See you next time.
Catch you, chat. Thank you very much. See you later. Bye.